Untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south. On the beat.
To get your information, for the food to be my spoon, direction, spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south. Charges on the beat.
To get your information, for the food to be my spoon direction, spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, them to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ink man, regular, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but Spoon TV. Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon. Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Spoon. Spoon entertainment. Let's say go to there. Go to there. To the spoon. Yes, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I Spoon TV. Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon. Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Spoon.
It's 7 minutes after 8 p.m. here in Liberia. For those of you here in the nation's capital, I'd love to say welcome to you wherever it is you're listening to us from. And for those of you watching us all around the world via our various online platforms, I'd love to say welcome to you as well. Today is the 9th day of July 2025. And this show has been anticipated for days now. People calling, people making sure that there aren't changes in this particular debate that is planned for tonight. And we've been getting a lot of commendations. Now, look, this is the best way to go. Whenever you have, some intellectual differences or opinions differ, people should come to the discourse and debate their points. It's better to debate intellectually than to be throwing stones and going after each other in violent ways. So the Spoon Network on tonight will be playing host to the showdown debate. For those of you watching, you can see how beautifully crafted this particular flyer is. It's a special edition. It's going to be fiery. The moderator is Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., and you can be rest assured that he's definitely going to bring a lot of swift and drama to this entire debate. Well, it's Mountain Collie versus Isaac Doe. Yes, people have already started taking sides since this was announced. There is a team Mountain, there is a team Isaac. So just show your love in the comment section. For those of you listening, you have the opportunity to call in. Show your side right now. Yeah, this reminds me of back then 2023 doing a reading of results time. When it was ever the time to read results, you see those who were supporters of the CDC will be there with blue hat. Those who are supporters of the United Party will be there green hat. Eventually we've all been able to consolidate as one country, even though there are still differences politically. But show your support. If you're from Team Mountain Collie, MNK. If you're for Team Isaac Doe, ID now, national ID now, Isaac Doe. Yeah, so show your support. Let's see the supporters in the house. All right, we see those so Victoria Topa says Mountain Collie. Ambassador Stephen Harris says Team Collie. Mohammed A. Sano Jr. says Team Collie. Abraham Hina Collie says Team Isaac Doe. Yeah, you thought a collie would go for a collie, but a collie is going for a doe. That's the beauty of matters here. Amos G currently says Team Collie, Team Collie, Team Collie. When I asked Dobby when I didn't get that yet, I'm sure they will come out. Okay, so Matthias says Team Doe. Matthias Topa says Team Doe. Kasumu Seller Foundation says I'm neutral. We have the non-aligned movement in the house, NAM. Mohammed Masare says Isaac Doe, ID. Team Collie, Team Collie, Team Collie. Team Doe. Chamson Bala says Team Doe. Let's see who again. Team Collie, Telma BY, Team Collie. James Labala says Team Collie. Sabara Nyemblu says Team Doe. George K. Smith, Team Doe. New Imak Ware says Team Collie. Yeah, let's see who says they are a mix. Someone says it's a mismatch. Helena Flomo says ID. Team Doe. Team Collie, Team Collie, Team Collie. Anthony Kemin Sharif says Team Doe. Swari Hawa M says Mountain Collie. Quincy David Carter, Team Doe. Catherine Pay, Team Collie. Ryan Change Kamara, Team Collie. Veronica Fono Jokan, Team Doe. Let me see who again. Sir Francis Tamba says Team Liberia. Liberia in the other race here. Azedo versus Mountain Collie. Yeah. Team Liberia will play later. Alexander T. Sampon says, I'm here to learn tonight. Simeon Mann says Team Collie. Joshua Rennie, Team Collie. Paul Y. Mowen says Team Doe. Someone says Team Neutral. Ishmael Habib Rahim's Team Doe. And of course, everybody's got a side or either or. Those who are going for either Mountain Collie or Isaac Doe, the supporters are definitely showing themselves here in the comment section. Whichever side of the coin you find yourself, today is D-Day, and it's definitely going to happen here on the Spoon Network. So all you need to do is kindly share the show with your friends and your family members. You can share in as many group chats as possible. This promises to be a very, very, very interesting program as well. We'll go for a short commercial break, and when we get back, we'll definitely go to the phone lines for those of you listening in Liberia to also pick a side and also tell us what's on your mind. Remember, President Mbaka, along with 4 other leaders, had a meeting with President Trump, and President Mbaka had his bit to say, and President Trump has something to say about English. That particular comment from the U.S. president has also been met with mixed reactions. There are those who said, but after all the things President Mbaka said, couldn't President Trump have commented or commented on those things that were said by the president rather than his English? Was his comment condescending? Was he downplaying all of what was said by President Mbaka? Or it was just in good faith and in trying to break the ice and lighten things up in the room? Well, there are those who have said it's a complimentary comment. The president speaks well. His English is well understood. Even the president of the United States of America commended President Mbaka. But either side of the coin you find yourselves, well, Liberians have got mixed views about the comments coming from U.S. President Donald Trump. But with all that being said and done, we go for this short break, and when we get back, we'll continue with this show. This is a cybersecurity awareness message from the Liberia Telecommunications Authority. It is a message that has come with a bit of humor as well as information.
Yes, this is Meritugba.
Well, my name is Paul Bonyo, and I'm calling you from the Mega Melonia Bonanza. Congratulations, Mary. You have just won yourself 100,000 Liberian dollars.
What?
You can now pay your children's school fees and buy all the fun things you wanted to buy.
Wow.
My first time winning here. Now, all you have to do is just follow my instruction. Send me the 5-digit verification number that will be sent to your phone just now, so I can transfer the money to your phone immediately. Now, look in your message and send me the number.
Okay. The number is 72726.
No, Mary, that is not the code.
But the number there.
Take your time, relax, and read the code that is in your message box right now.
Okay. 77511.
Okay, 77511. Oh, but when are you playing for me?
Ayaga, you think I mean you gonna eat a hot song, eh? No, it's not going to work. Remember, scammers are all over trying to scam and take away your money, your account, and your identity. Don't share codes or pins on the internet or off the internet with anyone. A cybersecurity awareness message from the Liberia Telecommunications Authority.
In today's breaking news, CEO of Liberia's largest company, Garjay Enterprises, Mr. Peter Garjay, has been taken into custody this morning.
Am I interrupting something?
Not exactly.
I have a job for you.
What do you need me to steal?
We want you to go to Mr. Garjay's office, seduce him, and get us some information.
I was told by some ladies
They made a payment in cryptocurrency.
they went away with some of my best cards.
Every time I see you, I see trouble.
What if I told you this was a $500 million job? If we're able to get these investors to these investment-worthy properties and convince them.
She and her friends have double-crossed me and took me out of millions of dollars.
You actually came to a Fruster to look for a solution to pay the airline?
Who is this low-life trash of a thing that you brought invading my space?
When will the money be paid and what's the location?
Did you make the drop?
If anyone threatens you, I can guarantee you protection.
Jackie, we have a deal. If not, this entire thing is gonna be compromised.
You have 5 hours to bring the money.
What are we going to do now?
We do what we know best.
I ain't telling you shit! Hey, Gifty, I need a car and fake US dollars. ASAP.
Hurry up and make that drop and leave. Leave that building now. The police are closely on you guys.
Shut up,
Hold! Don't shoot! Listen to me. We can make you a deal.
You don't have to come looking for me and my girls. We're coming to you.
Where is my money?
Where's my friend?
Here's your goddamn money.
Okay, folks, welcome back from that commercial break. This is the Spoon Talk here on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're also live on Fabric 101.1 FM, and of course on our social media pages, Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV, and of course on YouTube. Our handle is Spoon Talk. We don't go to the phone lines, but what I can tell you is one of the two contenders who will be debating tonight is already backstage. It's like one of the guys have decided to come and wait for the other. I wonder if I should just bring that person on as a tease. So one of the two contestants or contenders who will be debating tonight is already behind the scene, that person is already laying in wait like a lion and is prying and waiting for his prey. So we're waiting for the second person to come on, and then I'm sure both of them will be brought on once the moderator, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon himself, is ready to conduct the debate. But let's go to the phone lines now for Liberians to tell us what's on their minds. 077771075, 05551101075. The numbers again, 077771075, 05551101075. Those are the numbers to call, and let's hear you 1 minute per caller, so that we gave as many callers the opportunity to tell us what's on their mind as well. Hello. Yes, your name and where you calling us from?
I'm Maurice Sekou Duno. I'm calling from Kakata, the BPSA Bani community.
All right, go ahead, sir. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I get telling you that Martin Colley, a friend of Martin Colley, and father of Martin Colley day to day.
Thank you. So people already put it. And they think what's only now going to be on these betting platforms. I'm sure there have been a huge stake to rake in. people would have put their bet in, cast their bet concerning this particular debate. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening, Damon.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Daniel Keller. I call you from O Road, VB Road.
Go ahead, Mr. Keller. 1 minute, please.
Thank you for your platform. I want to use your platform to speak to our president, God president. You said Yuma Bwaga. Let God bless you. Let God bless you. And I pay my own way for nothing to go, grandpastor to go vote for you.
Okay.
Let God bless you, President. You said Yuma Bwaga. God gave. Let God bless you, Papa. Let God bless you. When you honor my vote to net, let God bless you. Thank you for your platform.
Thank you. You even gave me some of the blessings, small there. You just tear it and give the President Bwaga like that. At least small getting my way. 0777-77-1075 0555-101075. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
My name is call you from the 24th Street speaker.
Go ahead.
Firstly, I want to commend your family, the Spoon FM family, for the level at which they are taking our country, most especially when it comes to information dissemination. The kind of balanced ideology you bring to the discourse, I must appreciate this platform. Next thing, I want to thank the Liberia National Police for the kind of message they have in the radar belt there, where the police have erected points, cars now, keke now stop at the police station and other keke stop at the Bottido Junction that have eased the traffic in the radar belt.
Thank you.
Finally, I want to speak to the Liberia National Police again on the 2-3 depots. That depot has become a commercial center.
Thank you, sir.
The 3 depot in Congota have become a commercial center. The police authority, most especially the police director. Thank you for having us too.
All right, thank you. 0777-77-1075 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Please go ahead. Okay, I think that person probably dialed the wrong number. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, sir, you're live. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Emmanuel Topa from FDA Bonus Farm. My concern have to do with we heard over the media a few months ago that the president have initiated. Yeah. But since then, no improvement. We don't hear any new development.
You said I didn't get you at some point there. You said you heard over the media that the president had initiated what? Hello? Okay, I think we lost that person there. Please do call back. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, good evening. Come on.
Pleasant night to you, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Peter. Today, come on, you are really calling my organization number 4. And this is bravo to the SNSA president, Joseph Yuma Bwaga, the greatest president of the Republic of Liberia. What he did today, it was too shocking. I'm impressed. I want to thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I need that you give a matter name, Mr. President. And thank you. I want to thank you for any corruption in the country. And we'll probably keep all the corrupt. I want to say to my lawmaker, Honorable Margot Thomas, at least the level he played between Western community and Sogini Ofi, they pour a battle for because no wire on it. We need street level in Sogini, and that was Western community.
Okay,
and radio bridge a battle. Please come there and as well call the Honorable Margot Thomas, representative of Division number 4. Radio bridge court. We need cover to the bridge. I got to care about the bridge court. So I'm calling on the honorable representative Margot Thomas to please intervene.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. 0777-77-1075 0555-101075. Those are the numbers to call. Hello.
Good evening, Damo.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm Oscar. That is calling from Gompass, Nima County.
All right, sir. Please go ahead.
Damo, what my man tonight have to do with a role leading from District 3, District 4 to District 7. You know, when the president came to Ben, he said there will be no car to his in more for 100 days, 100 days. But we from District 3, District 4, and District 7 in Nimba County here have observed that the role leading for Capital City to Ban City have been cut off. No car traveling that direction. If you let us know Spoon network or internet network, I can send the picture. They are towing motorbike on to just cross a river for $400 each motorbike. So it's giving tough time to our citizens. I'm called upon the president to talk to the ministers, also the vice president. The bridge that he says they should face in lowly. They call that area so there is no way for car to travel that direction. So I'm calling them to see reason to kind of fix it so our family, our citizens can get roof to the market.
Okay. Thank you.
It's very serious. They're giving tough time. The goods from farm to market is not going this way.
So what you do is the pictures that you say you've got. Just look for us on Facebook. It's Spoon TV Live. You can send a message to us. You can send those pictures, and we'll do our best to forward them to the requisite authorities. That is the Ministry of Public Works, the ministry that is concerned with that as well.
I will do. Because if you are towing motorbike for $400, you have to cross a creek.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
All right. So it's good worth highlighting those things, and there can be some sort of intervention once such things are brought to the limelight. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening to family. Good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you there, Diamond Slunkers in studio in Liberia. By the way of introduction, I'm Panso A.S. Camara. I do join this conversation this great Wednesday evening for my peaceful residents to be perceived transformer community within district number 10, relatively old road.
But I want to ask you one question. This particular introduction that you can do every night on the show, why can't you summarize it and take off some of the thing and just, go straight to the point, because I can tell you 1 minute before you even go to the thing you want to say.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to get ample time to give national information relating to our governing system of our country. And specifically, I have to give my area location. Okay, let me strictly go to the issue tonight. Have to deal with our national disco to discuss. Let me strictly go to the fact of the matter, which is the upcoming protest schedule was let on June 17th. I want to use a national media to urge all fellow Liberians, or most especially really young people, we should not be used as political tools. There is our right fundamentally to protest whenever we feel disenchanted with issues with our governance system. But there's proper channel to go through. We can follow the proper channel. All we have in common is Mama Liberia, our common denominator. With all our various political dispensation backgrounds, we should not mind. Politics is just a time.
Okay,
sir. Politics, we have Liberia. So I want to say, let all civil with the upcoming protest is our fundamental right. And I also want to say, you want to say something?
No, I was just asking you to, to just wrap up so we can take another person.
Okay, let me just wrap up. And for tonight, political game, I will stand with Martin Kula because
you call it political game. Now political game they come and play tonight.
Political game, I said to always score 0 because only one says it was bad governance, it was lawlessness we saw in this country. So
sir, thank you.
To the Liberian public.
Thank
so
you, sir.
You will be eliminated tonight politically, and you will be not even beaten, but you will be flogged. Politically. Martin Kula, as a Martin Kula will be here politically because the run is our country on a bad governance system on the watch.
Thank you, sir.
Not know that tomorrow we come.
Thank you.
So we stand with Martin Kula tonight.
Thank you now. Thank you, Tado. Yeah, Liz. Tonight's political game. It's going to be a political game. I like that part. Political game. 0777 771075 0555 101075. Those are the numbers to call. And let's take this next person on the line. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Masura Makari, calling with District 15, Motswaro County.
Can you be a bit audible for us? Can you speak louder so that we can hear you, please?
My name is Masola Masare, calling from District 15, Montreal County.
Please go ahead, sir.
For tonight, this school between Martin Corey and Acedo, I support Martin Corey 100%. Martin Corey will beat Acedo mercifully.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So there is a caller, straight to the point. Yeah. We'll take another person here. 0777 Mr. Moderator. I hear you. You muted.
No, but Dama, you doing this, man. Dama, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, sir.
I go English. That boy got one of the best English sisters in the world.
Nah, you started. It depends on which side of the eye you find yourself and how you want to analyze what was said.
No, beg you, man. Listen, that's my country. I'm proud to be a Liberian. I'm proud. Dama. You been on this show ever so long. Why you can't tell you? Let me tell my own, Dama.
No, are you talking your own?
No, you try to restrict me, Dama. Why would you do that?
So the referee then decided to wear where?
All day. I hear to make peace between Acedo and Martin Colley. I'm here to make peace. Make no mistake. But Dama, though. Today, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Donald J. Trump, the President of America met, and Dama, for the sake of good heaven, only one line coming from there, that Donald Trump complimented Joseph Imabwaka for speaking standard English, the American style English, and reminded me about this. And Dama, please, I need no objection. But ladies and gentlemen, it reminded me about this.
So we are gonna ask me, I say you gotta provide one car, two motorbike for my people. Party! So we are not hesitate. Yeah.
Dama, you know, we will be having a great show today. Donald Trump a raw dog. Donald Trump don't play that yama with you. They may keep it straight. We want to say no, guys. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. That Dama sent me the clip for me to play. But if you want to watch the clip again and we'll play what President Biden said today at the White House, and you know, if you want to play, you can play. If that sounds like Kawad, you know. But that one we shouldn't play. Play one more time, then we'll not play again, right? You agree?
It's good to break the ice on the show. That's one of the things that Spoon Talk has got. So play it again. I will laugh small.
Play small that loud.
So we are gonna ask me, I say you gotta provide one car, two motorbike for my people. Party! So we are not hesitate. Yeah.
So we got a good show for you today. Nobody should call me, please. Nobody should call me. I'm begging you. You don't call me. You don't leave my food alone. Wait, Dama. Yeah, what's up? What say you? I want to talk to you, my man. Why you forcing yourself on my phone? What's up?
Yes, please, you were talking to me. Yes, I want to say thanks to our president for making our case today.
Yeah.
You think the world president, Donald Trump, looking at Liberia president and saying that, where do you learn your English from? It puts Liberia on the map wherein people in other countries.
Leave my phone, man. Leave my phone and then put Liberia on the map. Well, I'm not sure if I put Liberia on the map. We've got to talk about the serious thing before talking. Let's take this one down. Your name? Your name and where you joining us from? Remember, mute yourself, guys. If you call him, mute yourself. Mute your device in the back. All right, man, I'm ready. So let's see, guys. We'll be going to the phone line. We got a lot to discuss today. Martin Colley and Acedo coming for one of the biggest debate ever. But we got to talk about it here. And if you call, when you call, please mute mute your radio or something in the back. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening, Stanton.
My name is Good English, please. Call me Good English.
I'm Henry White.
I mean, Henry, call me Good English, but I introduce myself to you. Call me Good English.
Good English.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so everybody took this Good English. Actually, I was impressed today by the president's presentation. Even to the extent of President Trump were impressed. Though, people want to trivialize it, but I think, it's in a positive implication on the Liberian educational sector. That's where I want to take it from.
Thank you.
At least, with all of the challenges here in our country, at least,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from? You call from where?
I call from.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you for organizing such. I know the debate will be a wonderful debate. You know, before you always hold the issue there around. And I go English.
Now go English. Why P4s are good English? P4, I don't know if from the fruit, from the cocoa tree, the mango tree, wherever tree it's from, with P4s. That's good English, my man. And because whenever you say that good English, I gotta go by again and play this. My man, we're trying by, and I give it to Dr. Jose Human Boyka. Let's listen.
So we are gonna ask me, I say, you gotta provide one car, two motor for my people. Party! So we are not hesitate. That's good English, eh?
Yeah. That's all. That's good English. Make progress, my friend. Talk to me.
Yeah, I was proud when the president of America said to our president, JMB, say, where did you learn your English? So for me, I see it as Liberia being having some quality of education.
So we're having English problem.
That the spotlight they place on the quality of education.
Okay.
So I'm happy. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you, CEO, for
whatever, my man, at your station here by. Anytime you ready, just call. That good English. Okay. All right. Your name and where you joining us from? Good evening, sir.
My name is Lucini El Trawari, and I join you from New Jersey to be specific in the work.
Brother Trawari, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you so much, CEO. Actually, today I must say this. I was kind of surprised, and but anyway, it's.
Well, why were you surprised? You're surprised for what? What happened?
Yes. What made me surprised is that.
What made you so surprised? Hold on right there. Hold on. Hold on. My people, say what make me so surprised. That good English, eh? Let's play that again.
So we are gonna ask me, I say, you gotta provide one car, two motor for my people. Party! So we are not hesitate. That's good English, eh?
Yeah. That's good English. So what make you so surprised? Go ahead.
What surprised me is that. What surprised me is that seeing a world-class leader, Donald Trump, specific to be from United States of America, world superpower, and Liberia on the world scene, people look at Liberia to be country that have lost value based on corruption and other social, national issues in the country. But today, I think the president, he did well. He was able to restore that all Liberians, we are a good set of people. We are people that are very much educated, and that was actually welcoming today.
That was what called you?
That was actually welcoming today.
So it was welcoming. Okay, thank you very much, Father, my dear friend, my brother Trawani. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take more calls. Martin Colley is getting in Zico. Acido is coming on, but we back with this thing. President Boyka, we are going to play the clip. Damon, can you upload it, please? It's on front page. They did a good piece on it. Can you upload it? And then we're going to run into everything. President Joseph Yuman Boyka Pakola Paul met Donald J. Trump today with other leaders And just when President Barker get through speaking, Donald J. Trump said, you know the rest. But let's go ahead. Let's listen. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm from the state of Connecticut.
You are from where?
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Go ahead. Your name?
My name is Johnson.
Johnson, the man with the only first and last name, no other name. Welcome to the show, my brother Johnson.
All right, I'm seeing you happy on the air about English.
My man, but you listen to something. Can you just speak through the phone?
I shut the TV off, my friend.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
This is a man calling from New Jersey.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us, my friend. Welcome to the show.
Welcome. I don't know what people just carrying on what the president of the U.S. said to President Barker, because the vast majority of the other countries' president over there were French and I don't know, Portuguese speaking countries, so they all had interpreters. So, and Joseph Barker was the only president who spoke English, so that's why they were surprised. It's just taking it different, like it's extra things.
So, are you saying that Donald Trump didn't know that President Barker came from an English-speaking country?
Oh, that one I don't know. I don't know about it.
Okay.
About Trump. So maybe you don't know. Maybe you know, but it's here about it is that all the president who was there, they had interpreter, and only he spoke English, so it was like surprising to him. So,
it was surprising to who that? Donald Trump?
Yeah, I was here. Yeah,
okay.
Because I don't know if you know that the Labros is English or it's a pidgin language. I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. I think you make a good point. Probably Donald Trump didn't know. Thank you very much. Yeah. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from?
Anton, this is Elton, the legend we say.
The legend. How you doing?
Sir, yes, sir. I'm doing great, sir. How you doing yourself on a beautiful day in the U.S. of A?
Thank you, man. We are grateful.
I'm glad. Look, let me head straight to the point. Look, Donald Trump, a disclaimer, I'm not a fan of his, but he's a realist. No kind of people to tell it as it is. President Barker spoke very well, and he wanted to give me the flowers, and he was very upfront. Donald Trump doesn't bite, he doesn't blow. He tell it as it is. He was very honest with President Barker, and I'm highly elated. I'm a crew man, so I'll give it to you, the crew is that. He is highly impressed with President Barker.
So let
me conclude on this. Look, Martin Colley, my brother, I wish you a very splendid show tonight, and I'm looking forward to you bringing it with all your might, because a man who sees Lufa on one side, separated by Bong in the middle, then Nima on the other side, and say the two counties have a common border, that man should stand no chance against you. So I wish you the
We are about to start. It's about to be a showdown. The legend is here. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. We are about to say, listen, guys. That one. That's good English. We got it ready? Did you
mean the Barker clip?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have one that is 1 minute 40 seconds.
Making America great again. And we also go a long way with you, in your diplomacy that has to do with economic development and commercial friendship. Liberia has a lot of minerals, and one of the things we ask as good friends for a long time is the opportunity to do a survey of our minerals. Mm-hmm. And also we are committed to peace, and we've been very lucky within our region. We are a country that have had a series of democratic elections, and our country has been cooling down. And also we want to encourage American involvement in the investment in Liberia. Yeah. We'd like to see that happen. We want to work with the United States in peace and security within the region, because we are committed to that. And we just want to thank you so much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, and such good English, such beautiful. Where did you learn to speak so beautifully? Where were you educated? Where? In Liberia.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's very interesting. That's beautiful English.
Sure.
I have people at this table can't speak nearly as well,
Very
and
good, sir. Thank you.
they come from.
Damon.
Yes, sir.
I know we're going to have, I see Fubi in the back. Fubi is coming on. The rest of the guys going to be joining us. We got 15 minutes to go into the debate. But my fellow Liberians, though, I want you to speak to what you just heard today. Damon, what do you think?
Well, I've been able to have the privilege of covering President Boakai for a period. And one of the things I've noticed about President Boakai, aside the fact that he's a soft talker, he's also eloquent. So I was not surprised that he delivered. He's a seasoned diplomat. He served as vice president for 12 years. He has interacted with the creme de la creme of world power. So there isn't the stage fright or where you're going to face the leader of the free world, and so you'll be intimidated or anything of that sort. So for the issue of President Trump commenting and complimenting his English, that depends on which side of the aisle you come from.
Which side of the aisle you from? You from the left side or the right side?
Well, I'm from the aisle that looks at things from both angles. One,
good. So you get cross eye. So you get cross eye. Why?
We're all not from English-speaking countries. So being surprised that President Boakai spoke English is also a question to President Trump's, information about Liberia, because we are told that presidents are informed about whom their guests are and where their guests are from. So being surprised that Liberia, an English-speaking country, the president of an English-speaking country will speak English to surprise you, then it questions whether or not President Trump knows much about Liberia. That is it. And whether it was a compliment from someone who speaks his mind, for which President Trump is, that is also that. But you also threw a jab at the others at the table, that you even speak better English than those around this table. That aspect I've found to be condescending of other presidents of other countries as well. But I'm not surprised that our president spoke.
You are not surprised. Liberians are not surprised because Joseph Boakai, he's very eloquent. But do you also see it as Trump being condescending?
Again, the last part that he said, "Oh, you speak better English than those around the table." Those around the table, some people around the table are presidents of other countries. And they're not English-speaking country.
Yeah, exactly. They are not English-speaking country.
Yes.
Let's welcome Fubi Herring. But again, we are not talking about what President Boakai said, right? The Jews, the message. We are not talking about what Donald Trump said, that, well, that's a good English. Where you learn. The issue is that that's a good English and leaving it. But when you learn how to speak such a good English, Fubi.
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. So it just reminded me of Zamzam Kawa. I'm not good English, eh?
So you want me to play Zamzam Kawa?
So we are gonna ask me, I say you gotta provide one car, two motor ball for my people. Party! So we are not hesitate. That good English, eh? Yeah.
So Boakai spoke beautiful English. But on a serious note, Donald Trump is just a don't care woman. He says what comes to his mind. He doesn't care how you think or how you feel. He just put it out there, and that's it. But he said other thing. I think they cut that part off. I don't know why they cut that part out of they muted that part of the video. And he was still talking. where he said, you speak beautiful, good, and half of the people around this table, they come from blah, blah, blah. I think they cut that part off. I'm really interested in knowing why he said after I know that something.
It's on YouTube. You can listen to it.
What did he say?
From blah, blah, blah. You listen to it prior. Tell us what did he say.
No, I didn't get that part. I'll say I'll check. I'll go and listen to it.
The whole thing. Let's go to the full line briefly. And guys, listen. We got a big debate coming up about Martin Cody and I said, don't trust me. They are on the money today. A big debate. But let's talk a little bit about Joseph Yeman Bwaka and his race. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Amy Riley.
Oh Lord, Amy.
Look, CEO, today is the most happiest day. I'm so proud of Joseph Bwaka. He made a mark. It's not like he's the smartest man on the table, but he was very fluent with his English. For Donald Trump to recognize and say you are very educated, where did you go to school? That means he made a mark. Okay? So Liberians, for once, let's be proud of who we chose as our president. He was able, our country, sorry. I've worked with people who are Chinese doctors, Indian doctors. They are the smartest, but their English, they are not fluent in English. And this man made his mark. I can say today, Joseph Bwaka is more fluent in English than Donald Trump. I'm not comparing to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump sensed it and he was able to recognize it. So for today, it's not about wet door. It's about
Wait now. Wait. Who be doing weather? Who's that?
George Ria. Today I'm proud to be a Liberian.
But what do you mean by weather? What do you mean by weather?
Weather.
Bob, man, Bob.
Okay, that's good English.
That's good English. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Zell, and I'm calling from Ottawa.
Talk to us, my friend. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Standon. I just wanted to speak to the English that you're talking about, good English. But I think that this is a proud moment for Liberia, Standon, especially the U.S. President Donald Trump praise on President Joseph Bwaka eloquence. It's more than just a compliment. It's a powerful reminder of how far we've come as Liberians, especially 14 years of civil war. And it speaks to the strength of our leadership. Liberia has produced a leader, like what his name, the guy in studio there said, that sitting in front of the leader of the free world and being able to express in such a manner that you'll be recognized. It speaks that Liberians have come a long way after 14 years of civil war.
So we are now celebrating that we can speak better English, right?
Of course.
And you take pride in that.
And secondly, I want to talk about the debate that all of us are calling today for that debate starter. I think Martin Colley.
So you refuse to go to work because of Martin Colley and Asido having a debate?
Of course.
I hope your manager listened to fire you.
Someone on Facebook was saying it's a clash of the titans. Why would you consider that clash of the titans?
I think this is a big time. I should say this to you. I really do believe what the nation is about to hear from Martin Cody and Asido, it would be so interesting that nobody will leave their seat. You understand that this thing that happened, it just been that going on in the back, and now they are coming. They are engaging each other. When I listen to the Martin Cody camp, I said, my God. Then when I listen to Asido camp, and even Katama wanted to co-motivate, and Asido said no. The people want to go one-on-one. They need no moderator. I would just be sitting watching the time.
Yeah, stand on to speak to that. It's good that you brought in Katama and the rest of the other folks that have been helping you coordinate the show. Will be fun to watch because it's
I think I'm muted.
stage, you know. Liberia has transitioned to another level where we'll be able to sit and watch beautiful conversation. And I'll tell you today, Martin Colley, you know, the guy Isaac Doe has been a very disrespectful person in terms of having this kind of conversation. He would talk and then he would get off and go on the other side and have conversation with other people and come back. So today, with the moderators, you brought Kapkama and the rest of the
But Ketema is not moderated. But Ketema is not moderated again. I mean, the people that, you know, the both parties couldn't agree to bring Ketema on. So I will try to do it myself. You know me, I'll try my best. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, you know, I'm trying. I'm moving there. That good English. We'll move on. Thank you very much. Thank you. To all those of you that are calling and want to say, let's hear Uncle Sam. Then we'll go back to the phone line. Uncle Sam Jackson. We are not into the juice yet of the meeting of Donald Trump and Donald Jose Yaman boycott. But a lot of people running with this thing that President Trump complimented President boycott, English speaking, right? Some people for, some people against, some people say it's condescending, some people celebrating, and you know, the way in which President boycott presented himself as the most eloquent man in the room. What say you, Uncle Sam?
So every Liberian should be very, very, very proud of not just the articulation, but the substance that was spoken by President Boycott when he talked about peace and security, and he talked about a geological survey to determine our minerals, because in the United States, you know, they have the interest is what? Commercial diplomacy, but commercial diplomacy must be combined with what? Security. So the president spoke very eloquently, and I'm very shocked and surprised that my CDC, what should I say, collaboration is why they feel that, you know, they should be dismissive of the president's stellar performance today. I mean, as a Liberian nationalist, I'm very proud of him, but I'm also very proud of somebody from my generation who had the privilege of a very good and sound education. So we should be doing the same thing today. So for that, another boy or girl from FOIA can sit down with an American president and speak the same English. So that's where the failing might be, the fact that we are not concentrating too much to create another Joseph Boycott for the future from FOIA and from Soniway. But the president did an extremely, he was very articulate, he was very brilliant, and he spelled out the two issues that any president would want to concentrate on. Now, it's left up to the government of Liberia that they can put together an implementation strategy.
Thank you. Also, we'll get to that, to the part of the speech, which would be the substance, right? The line is going crazy. Let's take some
I think I need to end on this.
Yeah, but we're just talking about the good English part. I want us to have that time to talk about the message.
We have to have, and I think this must be said, that we have to have an implementation strategy so that this is not going to just be like a speech or a photo op, so that we can implement a joint economic and security arrangement with the United States of America. That is what is needed.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let's go back to the phone call. We're going to do this till both Tim and, join us. We want to say, everybody, just keep yourself ready, and let's bring in more folks. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Thank you very much. I see you. It's been a while. It's been difficult getting on the line. But my name is Floje PS2. I'm a Liberian student from Rwanda.
Yeah, welcome to the show, my friend.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to speak about the incident today, the meeting that President Trump had with the African leaders involving our president, and the compliment he made of our president, which a lot of Liberians are lauding. For me, I got a different view. I feel that actually the incident suggests that there was some historical ignorance of the president of the United States of America. Because how could a president of the United States of America forget that Liberia was founded by freed American slaves in the 1820s, and that Liberia is an English-speaking country? The statement suggests that President Trump assumed that African leaders wouldn't speak English well,
and they reveal an unconscious bias about Africa. It just it's just a boring pattern of how they view Africa from a colonial, or I would say paternalistic lens. That's exactly. It's very ironic. In fact, diplomatically, the statement was very clumsy. Even if you are curious about our president's language skills, the phrasing suggests that he was surprised that President Bouaka could speak so fluently. You know, so that statement alone, it was offensive to our president in the gathering of people, a country that is an English-speaking country, in the gathering of people that's a sovereign, the president of a sovereign nation, and you say, oh yeah, you know, you speak so well and you speak so brilliantly. It's almost like you're talking to a child. It's not something to celebrate. We understand. In fact, I think the first thing is that it also tells us, you know, that it tells the stereotype about how.
Oh, let's move on now. Just try to wrap it up, please.
Yeah, so thank you. I just want to say that it's ironic. It's very ironic to see our Liberians celebrating this, but it was a diplomatic insult to our president today. It's nothing to laud. In fact, the citizens of America themselves, they are embarrassed by the statement that our president made today. Yet we are celebrating it. That shows some limitations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me take one from the United Kingdom. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from, please. Talk to us, my friend.
I just want to say to the conversation, the eloquence of President Bouaka in that message today was unquestionable. He spoke very well. He articulated on the issues. However, the comments from Trump came in a very condescending way. Liberia is an English-speaking country, and Trump, like Diamond said from the start of the conversation, Trump should have an insight, or he should be provided an insight about the guests that are coming. However, we look forward to the details and the implementation strategy from the meeting, but I think the comments coming from him were condescending towards the president.
Thank you. I'm going to take three more. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, my name is Early Flan. I want to say thanks to Cascone FM for this wonderful show. And also I want to say thanks to our president for representing Liberia. All advice I have for the two gentlemen that are coming in the studio today is the president have laid a premise when it comes to the grammar. So they should be themselves and then speak fluently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Damo, you got to come back on set. Ladies and gentlemen, I have in the back, Mountain K and Cully is seated, the activates. We're going to go ahead and do this real quick. We got, yes, indeed, we got a few more seconds. Uncle Sam, we will be talking to Mountain Cully and that of Asido. Asido is yet to arrive, but we will be going straight into this debate. Now we talk about, let me bring it, Darius, let's hear him quick. We want to talk. I want to ask you directly, Uncle Sam. I know you would join us after the debate. Folks, we spoke about Zoom Lion. We have to move Zoom Lion from today to Sunday because of the debate today. I know a lot of you trying to listen to Zoom Lion and what they're about to offer to Liberia, but we were able to speak to the CEO of Zoom Lion. We moved them from today to Sunday. Sunday, they will be with us one-on-one with the CEO, because today we have the activates Mountain Cuddy and we have Asido coming to get into this big debate. You remember, I would just watch the time, the topics will be given, and then we will go directly into it. The showdown is tonight. Get yourself ready. The former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sport, Minister Asido, the world-class activist Liberian Mountain Cuddy. We will be here to discuss the issue. Welcome again. Let's hear you real quick, Darius, and we'll go to Uncle Sam and Fubi. Then from there, we'll try to bring the guys on that we can start this right now. It's 9:04, prime time in Liberia. Everybody is tuning on. Continue to share the show. We want to give these great men a chance that they can tell you who they are and what they bring to the table when you talk about the national issue in Liberia. Right quick, Darius, let's hear you.
Yeah, so good evening to all of the panelists.
and all our followers. I think President Bouaka made the case today for Liberia. He spoke very eloquently. And then he said Liberia welcomes investment, all right, trade and investment. So yeah, he actually presented a case for Liberia for such a meeting with President Trump. But on the issue of how eloquently he spoke, and then the President Trump praising him, I think that should transcend to the school, the education system in his country, because it is still massive. So the president cannot be speaking out there eloquently, and then you come back, you see the education sector is a mess. Then it's a misrepresentation.
All right, guys, I know we're just going to say, please bear with us. I know you will come back, but Uncle Sam, I cannot leave you in Fubi. You were leaning towards some of the important things Bouaka took with him to Washington, D.C., and how this would transcend. We got a lot of stuff on Donald Trump plate. 1, visa overstay. 2, advocating for land space for hardcore criminals to be, when they are returned, where are they carrying them? 3, here come President Bouaka, help us. Send us your geoscientists. And we need you to do a survey for all of our minerals in the country. Help us, for us to help ourselves. We are not coming here begging. We are coming here for you to teach us how to fish when you talk about natural resources in our country. Help us find it. Help us to invest in Liberia own. And that's the message Bouaka told. Let's forget about the English part of this thing. Let's get to the substance now. Uncle Sam, I know we have the group back, but talk to me while you have the chance right now.
So President Trump, like many Americans, being ignorant about, geography and history, and especially the formation of Liberia, that's not President Bouaka's problem. That's the prejudice and the ignorance that we all face in America. When we first come here, we speak English, and they say, whether you learn English, you speak English. But that's not about us. But the substance of that, the president was talking about geological survey of the Americans. The United States Geological Survey came to Liberia in the 40s and the 50s. And they were the one that able to map out the mineral resources of Liberia, including our iron ore, our gold, and our diamond. If you were to Google today, United States Geological Survey, you would see that they did a lot of that work. They were right there near where I live in St. Paul, right there, the U.S. Geological Survey. They created the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy. All of our top geologists, Cletus Watterson, Dr. Forte Croman, Eugene Shannon, Thomas Sherman, all of these people were trained by the USGS. That's how we got to be an iron ore, the third producer of iron ore in the world. So President Bouaka, with that experience today, was asking the United States to bring back the U.S. Geological Survey, not to go for iron ore and gold and diamond, but rare earth minerals like the lithium, the chromium, the manganese, the bauxite, and others. The United States has that ability to do that. Then he talked about U.S. security interests. I think the president should ask the United States government to put the African Military Command in a naval base in Liberia with 30 to 50,000. That will completely transform Liberia. And Liberian companies will be providing services, goods and services. And then because of that security, you will attract U.S. banks. You will attract U.S. supermarkets. You will attract U.S. investments in what? Hotels, hospitality, and all of that. So this is a relationship that should be nurtured, that was not adequately nurtured in the last 45 years.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. I know we're going to have you back, Uncle Sam. I can see the passion in your eyes. Again, I know we'll have you back because you are a historian when it comes to this issue, and let's just give it to you. I think, apart from the joke, I think the presentation of the president, we will say our own prior to us ending the show today after the debate. Darius, I know you got a lot on your plate. You want to share. We want to hold you right there. Fubi Heron, let's give you the chance. Just 1 minute on it, Fubi. Don't talk to me about the joke, about the English, good English, but what you heard, the substance.
Yeah, so the main thing I got from President Trump's message that he want partnership is not going to move away from aid to trade. And that's something I've always talked about. We should move from this aid mentality. And it's good that the US government is not looking at giving aid to Liberia. That's the only way we can do better for ourselves. We start receiving aid and go into real substance of raising money through trade and other business venture that we can get into so that Liberians can take advantage of those things. We can open our own companies, we can partner with foreign companies and build our economy and just not sit down and be doing the hello, please help me every time. We got too many resources that we can take advantage of to make our country better and improve our individual lives than sitting down and just waiting for somebody to help you. I always say that if you put your eating pan or your pot in somebody's house, they will decide when you eat. And so we need to change, we need to move from that point, from depending on people to making use of our own resources. But it's good, it's a good thing, and it's good that we are on that note. And let's move on as a country. Let's take advantage of the opportunities that will come and do a better thing for Liberia.
Thank you very much. We're going to do this again to my brother Fubi. I see folks were asking that Dr. Boblek, help me to moderate this thing. We got to reach out to Dr. Boblek because indeed we should have, one independent with structured mind, that we can moderate this. But Uncle Sam, I know you're in the back. I know you're going to come on. We will be starting this debate shortly.
I don't think I'm going to come on. I have some things I have to do, so I will just.
No problem. We can continue the conversation tomorrow on this, and I know that other meetings is still taking place, and we'll continue it tomorrow. Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Fubi Henry, I know you're in the back. You're welcome on for us to do post analysis, and thank you. Thank you, Fubi. Yes, sir. So, Damo, here we are. I see that I will bring that to help me co-moderate. And thank you. You will be producing from the Republic of Good English. I want to say, Diamond, it's always good having you. I see that Mountain Cuddy, the activist, is in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting on Acid Door right now. It's 9:12. We will wait on Acid Door, but I'm going to bring in Darius. It's always good to have you. Just stay post. We'll bring you on for post analysis. I know you're going to be fact checking for us. Darius will do us the honor to fact check in the back.
Darius is not an independent fact checker, so we need an independent person to do the fact.
What you guys discuss in your chat room at your business? Darius will do fact checking for us. Fact checking and fact checking. Why are you discussing the chat room at your business? I two here, Darren and James holding your. But guys, we have Martin Cuddy. Martin Cuddy. He's seated. Okay, Martin Cuddy seated. I'm going to bring in Dr. Boble, who will help me here on the show with James with Diamond Slanger. We're going to do this as a listen. There's no need for introduction. There's no need for us to draw in a talking point topic. Though I have outlined some very important topic, but we have to hear from Isido, the former deputy minister for the youth and sport, and we have to hear from the activist Martin Cuddy. Again, Martin Cuddy, before I bring him on, let me bring Dr. Boble on, who will help me. Dr. Boble, it's good seeing you. Thank you very much for joining us. This long-awaited debate between Martin Cuddy and Isido is today, and the time is now. And the time is now. I'm going to give you a few seconds real quick. Lay on us. You listen to the president. We will talk about it after the debate. But welcome to the show, Dr. Boble. When you were all the people are asking Dr. Boble should moderate, they were crying on your name. I don't know why.
Okay, man. Political CEO. Good evening. Good to see you. Diamond, it's always good to see you. And it's good to be back on the show. I was traveling, so I missed a few days, but it's good to be back on the show. I was listening to the show, though, as I was making my way here, and I heard people comment. It was good that you opened the lines to the public to just get feedback. And people gave their honest feedback, and I appreciate that. I got to say, though, from my perspective, there were a few things that stood out to me. The first, I was proud of my president, but I was not proud of my president because he spoke good English. President Boyka is educated, he's experienced, and he's exposed. I expected my president to speak well, and he did. what I like about what he said is not how he said it, but what he said. He covered the two big things. And remember, Stanton, we talk about that a lot on the show. You know, it's about economic opportunity, and it's also about safety and security. Those are the two things. It will resonate with America. Economic opportunity. The president spoke to that. You know, invite people to come and be a part of something that's very novel. With a nation that is resource rich, come and let's do business together. And also, he spoke about us being a peaceful nation. We've had peaceful elections. That's to our credit, and that we will continue to be a peaceful nation. And we also will encourage that, not just to the region, but to make sure that national security of other countries, including the United States, is also protected. So he spoke well. Now, on the flip side, I think the president's remark, so I must just say up front, I'm not surprised. Donald Trump is Donald Trump, right? He says what he says. But on his side, though, it suggests a few things to me, Stanton. The first,
yeah, we're going to do it at the end of the show. The guys are waiting. We got to moderate a big debate.
But the other man not here yet. They're not one person.
No, the man are going to bring in Martin Cody. We're going to start. You know, it's the advantage when Asido is here. Asido is in the back. So go ahead.
Well, Asido
is in the back. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll save my comments for later.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Boblet. He's going to be doing this with me. I have a Diamond Slanger, thank God. Diamond Slanger will be producing.
Flash the flyer one more time.
Yeah. Let me let this up. Diamond Slanger will be producing from studio. Right now, I can tell you both teams, they are all ready to rock and roll. We have the former Deputy Minister, Asido. He's in studio. We have the activist, Martin K. and Cuddy. He's ready. He's in studio. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you find yourself today, I am shocked. Please do not break the record tonight, because right now, the thing passed over 3,000 comments and it's running right now. This thing hitting 8,000 when you put all the social media outlets together. I don't know what big of a this, but we're going to discuss Liberia. We're going to discuss international policy. We're going to discuss national policies, the debate between government, who for, who against. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are seated right now, don't touch anything. Get your popcorn, and we are ready to rumble as we bring in the activist Martin K. and Cully, and that of we will be bringing in Asido, the former deputy minister on the CDC government. Minister Asido, gentlemen, we want to say welcome. We want to say it's good having you. We got fact checkers. We got everybody. The world is watching. The country on edge. We want to say welcome to both of you. I'm here with Dr. Boblet. The people call for Dr. Boblet. Yes, Dr. Boblet. We will do our best to be fair, to be balanced, to be transparent, and to give you guys a chance to call and the chance to talk. Now, we got some rules, some housekeeping. We will ask both teams, please, no interruption. We beg. No interruption whatsoever. Dama, you must come back, Dama, please. We ask both teams, no interruption. It's only fair not to interrupt. If you want to interrupt, we will ask you, please, you will have only 30 seconds to inject. 30 seconds, please. Just remember, you will have 2 minutes to answer question. Enough 2 minutes to answer question. If you have to go further, just again, speak to the moderator. We understand this is very, very tense. We want to give you sufficient time that we can discuss on issue. If you have to come back on topics that we passed already, you are free to do so. Today is your show. Today is your day. If you are not speaking, we ask you to please mute yourself because we don't want any background noise. So ladies and gentlemen, we've gone above in the right for us to prove. I'm going to now bring in, Dr. Boblet, Dama. We'll do you guys the favor to bring you upstairs. You must be upstairs as we conduct this program. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, those are your debaters. Those are the folks that will be making the news today, tomorrow, and setting their agenda straight. So because we are ready to start, Dr. Boblet?
So CEO, I would add that instead of 30 seconds interruption, let's make the interruption rebuttal. So if you got something you really wanted to say, just hold it or come to you rebuttal. Because the people who are listening, quite frankly, are different from when you're in the room. You're in the room, you can get it all. But when you're listening outside, then you miss important information. So
we will not interrupt Dr. Bobler, but they will have the chance to inject because this case of debate, you are quite correct.
You come back and then say that thing you said, so and so and so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll now go over to our guest for tonight. Asido is not a panelist. Martin Colley is not a panelist. They are guests on the show and getting into this debate. Now, we're going to flip a coin. I want to be fair. I want to be very fair. Asido, Martin Colley. Martin, you're the stranger. You want head or you want tail? As to who to go first.
Tail. And
you want tail? Asido, you will take head, and I'm going to spin this. Wherever you land, okay. That's the first thing. I will get it and tell you where you land. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. And we have head. You can take a look, please. So who's ever take head? Asido. Asido, you got a first shot. Introduce yourself and welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. Hello, Stanton, and hello to the listeners, Dr. Bukle, and hello, and thanks for the invite. Martin, thanks for being here. And thanks for starting all this. It is important that our people get to know how we got here. So I posted on my Facebook page about the overlapping of the invite from President Chong to President Barker. Comparing that with Biden's invite to President Weir, Martin took an exception. He said a lot on Facebook. He and I went back and forth. We talked about old debate. I didn't know exactly what the debate was for, so I accepted. And they came the invite. Now, Stanton told me that we'll be coming to defend our positions of those things we've always spoken about on radios, on the media, the lies, the accusations, the achievements of the government that Martin support as compared to the achievement of the government that I support. There are policies in healthcare, in education, infrastructure development, corruption, the economy, and how all of those blend into the life of the everyday Liberian. That's where we will be focusing. But don't forget, Martin started this whole thing as a contest of who is smart, who dull, who is smart. By that he meant your educational record, coming up from high school, elementary, what you've achieved, what is there. That's where I want to introduce myself from, showing the differences between Martin and me. We both graduated from high school. Good for us. In the process of graduating from high school, though, I obtained a double promotion. Martin did not.
But Isaac, let me interrupt you. Isaac, just introduce yourself.
No, Dr. Bobler, I beg you. We are watching the time. Martin will be given equal time as well. Please, there's a lot that need to say. We ask Isaac to continue. Isaac, please continue.
In addition to that, I came first in every single class from the 3rd grade until the 12th grade. When a friend of mine overtook me by 0.3%, I came second at graduation. I attended Stella Marie's for 2 years. During that time, I was always on the Dean's Honor Roll list. Martin has never appeared on one. In my first year as a freshman, I was invited at Voscom to take an aptitude test. During that test, we had senior students taking it. I came one. I left from Liberia with the opportunity to travel to the US. I wanted to continue. Unfortunately, they couldn't accept my credit hours. And therefore, I had to start the whole wheel over, unlike Martin Colley, who took around 10 years to graduate with one single bachelor's degree from the University of Liberia. I took around 3.5 years to actually get that. I went over my master's. Now I'm doing my second. Now work relations. I work as Liberia's deputy minister. I should be talking to deputy minister, but the situation calls for it. Right now, I am the market manager for America's 2nd largest banking industry, controlling more than 6 cities in Minnesota. A feat that I achieved within 6 months to 9 months when I joined the company. Now you will want to know, to be qualified for a promotion, you must have stayed at least 1 year in a company. I achieved that feat in just 9 months. Why is this important to my introduction? Martin talk about smart, dull, not clever. A person who is not smart, who is not clever, who is not intelligent, cannot achieve the feats I achieve. Well, I look forward to a good debate. I really don't want to call it debate. I would call it a lecture series or some discussion kind of a thing. But I'm hoping we are here to defend our positions. And to our people, thanks for joining.
Thank you very much, Minister Asado. I got to put the minister to your name, and we have to have this as a very, very serious program tonight. To all of you joining us, we are glad to bring in the activist Martin K. and Cully. Yes, indeed, Martin, you have the time to introduce yourself.
Thank you, CEO. Let me extend my greetings to Dr. Buple, Diamond, and the comrade across the other side, former Deputy Minister Isaac Doe. Before I begin my introduction, it will be important to say that I'm not a partisan. I am an activist. It is not in the purview of Comrade Doe to structure the style of the debate because he wants it to appear like CDC versus UP. Yes, I supported President Boakai for the presidency in 2023, but the question is, am I a partisan of President Boakai's party? The answer is no. So my only caution would be, because a lot of professional people are monitoring the show has to be substantive in context, content, and quality. Our analysis must be analytical, scientific, and empirical, and not throwing jabs and invectives. Because at the end of the day, the show loses its taste. I would like to caution that because he's already attacking me. He doesn't even know my academic background. Talking about I've never been on an honor rolls list. That is completely misleading. It is a misrepresentation of the fact. Go to St. Mary Catholic School. Go to Donald Kynes Wesleyan Institute. Go to the University of Liberia, right on Capitol Hill. I graduated with a cum laude. The records are there. I'm not here to fly my own kit because we are here to discuss substantive issues across various sectors. I'm not here to defend the government. I'm not here to defend Unity Party. I am an activist. So my perspective will be from an activist perspective. Let's be clear. So I hope the moderators will handle the debate in a way that it doesn't become an emblem of white noise, as usually spewed or peddled by my opponent. That's the first question. So by way of introduction, I'm Martin K. Nkoli, a Liberian at birth. I currently reside in Europe. I am an airside activist. I started my education at the School of Christ. Later on went to Donald Kynes Wesleyan Institute in Blamotown, Lockington to be specific. I then furthered my education, secondary education, to the St. Mary Catholic High School in Douala. When I graduated from grade 12, which was in 2008, I decided to advance my pursuit for higher education. I landed at the University of Liberia, where I later became a student leader for over 20,000 students. I provided leadership, able leadership. The records are there. The students honor whom, we managed to have served know our record. So at the moment, I'm in the Netherlands. I acquired my master's here in the Netherlands at the Erasmus University. Currently, I'm doing Master of Law at the Tilbury University. So it is an honor, and let me extend my utmost greetings, compliments to all Liberians listening, whether you are in Liberia or you are abroad. I want to say hats off to you for taking off your time to monitor this interesting conversation. Of course, it is a debate because there are rules, there are regulations to govern our conversation. And I hope we can have a meaningful conversation that will contribute to the national discourse. Thank you very much for the opportunity, CEO, Dr. Buple and Diamond, as we discuss pertinent issues relating to the motherland.
Thank you very much, activist Martin Colley. Thank you very much, Minister Isaac Doe. Dr. Buple, we're going to go through. We're having conversation in the back by way of text messages. I'm going to come in first of all about our country, Liberia, which will be the first topic about what is Liberia and where are we today. My first question is open. Where are we today? How did we get here? We can explore the question, we can dig deeper into the question, but want to equally give you guys sufficient time to tell us where are we today as a country called Liberia and as Liberian, and how did we get here? It may seem vague to some of you, but you guys can explore as you do.
Well, Stanton, thank you. And first off, to just clarify a few things, I'm sure you say we're on time. I hope we speak within time. And if anyone is talking more at the time, try to call the person.
No. I said, you're quite correct. We are watching. Right now, it's 9:30 p.m. in Liberia. Everybody will have the exact 2 minutes. You're starting now.
And let's be clear. I posted on my Facebook page. Martin Cody said what I was saying about George Weah coming was crazy. He called me dumb. He called me blamado. So this discussion is about the people of our country, Liberia. It is not about someone claiming to be activist. I don't know that to be activist anyways. Martin Cody supported the government he still supports. He has reasons why he supported the government. It's not just about CDC or the government you support. It's actually about the workings of the government we supported on the lives of the people. So how do we have a debate void of telling us what we think will make Liberia better, or the Joseph Boyka that he supported and other Weah that are supported? It's not just about the individuals, it's about their policies on the country that affects the lives of the people. If we're talking about international relations, would you want me to talk about President Weah went somewhere and sat down with one president? I want to know the impact of that sitting on the country and on the people. That's what I'm interested in. Martin wanted a debate of what? Of activists? I'm not an activist. Martin Cody claimed to be in exile. I'm not in exile. I mean, he's the first Liberian to have been in exile from two governments. George Weah went to Kenya, he went to exile. He supported Joseph Boyka, he went to Kenya again, he's staying in exile. I'm not an activist. If he wants to do an activist thing, why am I here? First off, I was hesitant to even come. Why am I debating with Martin? Well, let's go to your question, Stanton. So this is about the issues of the country, it's about the people and how the policies and what we can recommend as people. How did we get here? Stanton, we got here by propaganda. We got here by lies. We got here by accusations. George Weah came to power. Of those things he assumed. When we got to power, we tried as a government to put Liberia on the path that we thought would bring prosperity in the future. The government was overpowered with propaganda, led by one of those, Martin Colley. And he wants to run away from the record that he spilled out on Facebook and everywhere. We got here by no thing. By telling the people, 16 billion lost. George Weah took it. We have to discuss it. By telling the people, 25 million more up. Something to 80. We have to talk it. By telling the people, the country did worst on the George Weah, so he needed to move. We have to say how. So to answer it very simply, people said incompetence from George Weah, from the CDC government. But we got here on simple things. Accusations of lies, propaganda that misled our people, for which we can go down the line on those things we've achieved and where they are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isido. You spoke for 4 minutes. We're going to give 4 minutes to activist Martin Cody. Then we're going to bring in Dr. Buple to ask the next question. It's all yours, Martin Cody.
Okay, thank you, CEO. I think the question is more general. How did Liberia as a country get here? To answer your question, we must have an appreciation of our history. Because, like I said, I'm not here to discuss former President Weah and current President Boyka. Before they came to power, there were other leaders or presidents. So before we understand how we got here as a country, then we must begin from 1822. We were a colony. We transitioned to a commonwealth. 1839. From a commonwealth, we transitioned to a republic. 1847. So we had the first republic from 1847 up to 1980 when the coup took place. Then the second republic started in 1985 after a democratic election led to the ascendancy of the slain president, Samuel Kyan Doe. So we have had ups and downs as a country. Our history is a history of good and bad. Yes, we became an independent nation. Yes, we have gained political freedom, but we had to go to war because of several factors. Amongst those factors is corruption. Successive regimes over time have demonstrated that semblance. Coming up to the regime of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President George Weah, and now President Joseph Boakai, it is important to say that the Liberian people have demonstrated resilience to have gotten here. I have never seen any group of people so resilient like the Liberian people. With all of what we've been through, Civil War, before the Civil War, between 1989 up to 2003, we have had several other wars, including the twin battles and so forth. So our history is riddled by conflict. We are a post-conflict nation. In a post-conflict nation, this question of how we got here must be preceded by historical antecedent. So that was just a summary of our past. We are now in the present. Our present is the outcome of our past. If we don't understand our past, how can we understand our present and then prepare for the future? So we have a new government. The new government came into power as a result of the excesses of the past government. The people decided for themselves. They charted their own course in 2023 because we are a democratic country. The people deserve the right to decide who leads them as president, as vice president, as 103 representatives. The people can decide who they elect. Amongst the 5.2 million people, we can only elect 105 people. The president, the vice president, and 103 lawmakers. That's 105 human beings, Liberians, can be elected. So they decided that Martin Collins, because of the performance of President Boakai's predecessor, the people decided to choose a regime change.
Thank you. I'm going to hold you there because you spoke for exactly 4 minutes. Let me do a follow-up on this, and then we will go. I want to do a takeaway. You say excesses. And I'm going to stay with you and give you another time, then answer will come in. Give me 3 to 5 excesses that brought us to this point. What making President Joseph Yema Boakai the president? Naming those excesses that caused the people of Liberia to reject George Manawia.
So when the people went to the polls in 2017, they did so with the conviction that their lives would have changed. They signed a social contract with former President Weah. When we elect you as president, Mr. Weah, we want our lives to be transformed. That was the social contract signed by the people and former President Weah. Fast forward, he was inaugurated in January 2018. He came to power on the basis of a pro-poor agenda, a pro-poor, and I want to put the pro-poor in quotation marks, right? So he said, when I come to power, I'm going to minimize or alleviate poverty. I'm going to give the government to the people. It will be a government of the people by the people, and for the people. When he came to power, he did completely the opposite. Under President Weah, look at the number of people who were sanctioned, for example, by the very US we call our traditional ally. Very close allies of President Weah were sanctioned. Former Minister Samuel Twe, former Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Nathaniel McGill, the former Port Manager Bill Trawe, the former City Mayor Jefferson Koji. These are confidants of former President Weah. So as close as those sanctions were, the Liberian people thought it wise that giving another mandate of 6 years to President Weah, who have been a political mistake. The second thing is the issue of militarization. The government of former President George Weah was militarized through paramilitary gangs. Let me ask Dr. Bople, let me ask the CEO, even Brother Isaac Doe, when last has any Liberian heard about Zebra Unit, Sabu Unit, and all of the other paramilitary gangs? When last? From 2024 up to now. We don't have all those paramilitary gangs anymore. Those gangs literally wanted to kill some of us in our country. The records are there. The U.S. State Department report is available. On the very day of graduation, they were unleashed on activists.
We're gonna hold you to just 2. I'm sorry, because of time. We can come back to you. We'll continue. We have to give chance to Isaac Doe. You named 2: elevating poverty, sanction, and now you talk about militarization of youth in the country. That's exactly 3. But you can name more when we get back to you. Isaac, we'll give you time to respond, or you can add. You have 4 minutes, Isaac. Then that will
we have come back to the same talking points. You've asked the brother to give you 5. He talk. He even didn't know exactly what he wanted to talk about. I would like to talk about what President we had achieved, but let me respond to him in my 4 minutes or whatever it is. He talk about sanction. Sanction is a political tool used by external forces that we don't control. What is important from people being imposing sanction is the current government now to show to the Liberian people that they weren't placed on sanction from a political perspective, but they were placed on sanction for real things that happened. Let's go down the list. Jefferson Koji killed the late Shalom Musu. One of the reasons. Look in the camera and tell anyone that Jefferson Koji killed. Today, the government you support, the Rescue Rambo, is in power. The only one suspect who was in jail has been freed. Not just freed, but been appointed to lucrative positions in government. The question now comes to mind, Mr. Rescue Rambo, who then killed Shalom Musu? Jefferson Koji was sanctioned. Number 2, Jefferson Koji had gun in his hands when he went to, was it District 14 or 16, one of the places. Come and ask yourself, did you see guns in Jefferson Koji's hands? Let's go to Justin Antillo, who came and said Jefferson Koji did this, did that, this, did. She came and even confessed that those were lies. So the issue of sanctions were being brought from the political lens. It is now a challenge upon your government, Rescue Rambo, to persecute those who were placed on sanctions for the reason why they were placed on sanctions. Failure to do that is just noise. You talk about poverty. Go to a World Bank website. Where was the poverty data when President Weah took over? Where did he leave it? From year over year, it had an average of over 1.32% people dropping from extreme poverty. How did that happen? But the programs and policies that came to being, what are they? Tuition-free policy. How did that help the poverty rating? When you were in UL, at least you were paying $5, $10, the minimum. An example. Those who went after you when President we took over, they saved that $5 and $10 you were paying. It helped the poverty rating. Let's go beyond just the talking, but on the issue of facts. This is not the Facebook time. Man, the question was, what were the excesses in real facts that took Georgia out of power? And I said, accusations, lies, propaganda, all around the place. I've listed a few. Killing of auditors was one of those things you use as your political tool. And now you will ask yourself, first off, there were only 2 auditors, the others weren't auditors. And those people were performing government audits. You claim to be so smart. How can you kill someone that is bringing money to you? How is that possible? Those were the lies based on which president we are lost. And of course, as expected, you got nothing to show and say about it.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you very much, Martin. While I still have the flow, you want to add anything in as a reporter or Isaac, because we have to go to that
Let me say a few things. Initially, when I began the show, I said, I hope we could organize this show in a more substantive style, because a lot of people are monitoring. Void of personal attacks, but it appears to me the show is shifting towards that angle, which is unfair to the listening audience. So I would like to re-emphasize to the 2 moderators, let's focus on the substantives, because at the end of the day, it adds value to the national discourse. I did not come to Danko in repetition. As he says, everything he says here today, every day. Right. So let's focus on what can we project, what can we propose as our own solutions to some of the problems. I'm not here to discuss CDC versus UP, or whether President Weah performed or whether President Bouaka performed or not. Let us put the debate in a counterfactual position. For example, what can we do as Liberians, as citizens of the country?
So Martin, we are coming there. I'm asking you because this is the thing. We asked for the Martin, 1 minute, I beg you. We asked for the exorcist, right? You named 3. It's okay to ask you how to respond. He did. I'm giving you the chance now to bring us on the track as to the poverty level that we are talking about today. Okay? We will go back to say, well, the social contract that you say the people sign usually for president before bringing them to power. These 2 conversations are very, very important because it will bring us to your own point of discussion. So my question to you, Martin, before we move on, my question to you, poverty level as per the World Bank, where are we today? Or what would be some of your recommendation?
Okay, quickly. Liberia is an aid-dependent country, a poor country, very vulnerable to economic shock because of the structure of its economy. So basically, what we need to do in our country, CEO, is to invest first in human capital. We need to invest in human capital. If we must address the question of poverty, inequality, discrimination, hardship, and you can name the rest, we must be able to improve the living standard of our people. Look at the HDI, the Human Development Index. The living standard of Liberians is still very low in the midst of abundant natural resources. I just listened to the president. He explained to the US president that we conducted a geological survey, and that survey led to the discovery of new minerals. But the question is, how are we optimizing the discovery of these new minerals to the benefit of the ordinary people? And this should be the essence of the bottom line of the debate. Liberians are more concerned about how we can improve their lives and not how we can debate on the basis of political divide. We have to be clear here. The country needs direction in pursuit of social economic prosperity. We have all we have, but why are we not maximizing what we have to benefit the ordinary people in West Point, Soniwen, Nikutan? They still don't have access to safe drinking water. They still don't have access to electricity. They still don't have access to quality education. Then the question is why? Even though we have all the resources that our president outlined, but why are we still poor? Is this not a paradox? You have all the resources. You have gold, you have diamond, you have bauxite. You just discovered more than 20 other minerals after 50 years. But why are you poor as a small country? Why are you poor? So to address the question of poverty in the country, CEO, the first thing we must do is to invest in human capital or manpower development. The second thing we must do, we must begin to diversify. Too often, when we talk about the economy, we focus on the export of iron ore, gold, rubber, and other traditional commodities. You don't hear people talking about even tourism. You don't hear people talking about agriculture. You don't hear people talking about energy. You don't hear people talking about an export-led economy that promotes.
So I'll hold you right there. I know that's where, I know we got a lot on our plate. We're going to hold you right there, Martin. We're going to go to Dr. Boplan. You're going to close on this round.
I need to respond to that whole thing that man talking that.
No. I said, hold on 1 minute. Dr. Boplan will bring you in.
Why you come to me that the Mevini talking?
I say, you started with the question, Martin ended with the question. To be fair, we're going to go to Dr. Boplan and then we're going to come back. You guys are here, you have to move to Martin. Just to add, we will not restrict the debate. This is a debate. We are not lecturing, but we can go walk and chew gum at the same time. So when we get to some of the hot spot, it will be the debate. And I hope you can accept it as based on our terms.
Now, say something quickly, 1 minute.
All right, so Martin,
moderator, this is now
Martin, hold that. We got your point. And actually, I'm with you on that. You know, this is more than just teaming value or feel good. This is supposed to be about substance, because at the end of the day, the exchange, whether it's a debate, whether it's a vibrant discussion, is supposed to be able to help the national conversation and provide solutions. So that's where we are tonight. So I want to ask the two of you the same question. Okay, I want to ask the two of you the same question with a little. I'll ask it in a slightly different way, and yes, why? So, Martin, you made it clear that you are not partisan to UP, but you supported the president last election. Isaac Doe, you're clear, you are seditious, you work at CDC, you're still an active member of the party. So I want to ask the two of you the same question. What are you doing now to help this government move Liberia forward so that 4.5 years later, the nation that you both love will be better? What are you doing now? Don't talk about your associate, talk about you. What are you doing now? Isaac Doe, you go first.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So before I go, AI was created to be used by him, but Manti allowed AI to use him. So once AI doesn't tell you something you don't know about it, unfortunately,
I said, what are you doing now?
Yeah, right. I'm asking the question.
We got plenty to talk about.
This is a debate Manti offer. Dr. Boplan,
once we ask the question, we will give them the time to answer. Then he answer.
We want to bring solutions. Manti is supported.
He's honor his time, Dr. Boplan. We'll watch
He called himself Rescue Rambo. How me calling him Rescue Rambo means anything? Sometimes you ask the man the issue of poverty. He went all around the clock because he got no clue on what he's talking about. In 2020, the World Bank reported that poverty came down from about 63% to 59.7%. We left it there in 2023. As of now, where is it? It has taken about 2 points more. That's where we are as a country. But all of the lies that we heard, oh, the country getting better. And what you want to know, the poverty time of Georgia was measured by at least $2.75. Comparing that to the $1.50 it was measured by when President Bouakai was the vice president. But they better talk about other things. We are not coming here to do soup and prosa debate. We are talking about national issue that affects the life of the people. If that soup and prosa, let's go to UL Palabaho. I have passed that level long time. But listen, my brother, as a country, you ask, we got political differences. That's why we associate ourselves with political parties. While it is true I should be there to ensure my country improves, it is incumbent upon the smartness, quote unquote, from Manting that Liberia now will change because they said Georgia did not do it. What I will do for my country, though, is to have my political party rebranded with good argument of policies that will improve in the future. What do I do? Listen, we were in government 6 years. We had revenue so small as it was. How do we expand the revenue envelope when we come to power without creating additional tax burden on the people like United Party is doing right now? I will tell them, listen, we first need to tap into the existing resource capability of our country, the ones that are already there. How do we tap into those to expand? The only thing you need to run a country is money.
Okay, so I say, let me hold you. I say, please, let me hold you. I got to inject. I asked a direct question.
About the government, okay. And I'm not going for the
government.
No,
not about the government. No, not about the government. I asked, what is Isaac Doe, the Liberian citizen and professional, doing now in the current to help our government move our nation that we all love forward so that 4.5 years later, it will be better. If you can just answer that question, I would appreciate it.
Answering you, Dr. Brooklyn, I am saying I did not support the United Party. Martin Colley did. He should be telling us what he's doing.
What are you doing now? What are you doing now?
Dr. Brooklyn, there's not an argument between you and I. When you ask me, let me answer. I am telling you what I will do for my political party.
I didn't ask what you will do. I asked what are you doing. If you're not doing anything at this minute,
okay, I'm working in America. This is not a debate between you and I. You asked me.
It's not a debate, but I'm moderating. I'm trying to keep us focused on the question that I asked.
You know,
but it's okay.
That's okay. We will give Isaac and Martin a chance to answer. Yeah, the Liberian people will be the one to decide. And the thing, let's ask the question. Isaac will give you one minute.
Thank you. So again, Dr. Brooklyn, what I'm doing is to be here today and talk. Keep putting the government in check. Okay. But when it comes to the forward march of our country, I believe in a political ideology, and my work right there is to ensure they get on policy base. I'm giving you one policy, what I will do to make Liberia better. How do we expand the revenue envelope without additional tax burden on the people? The solution is that tap into our already existing capability in revenue. And I was bringing it down for you, and you interrupted me. One, I'll give you a typical example. You have 20 houses in Liberia. Every house is supposed to pay $5 in real estate tax. Today, you only have 5 houses paying. How do we expand that 5 houses for at least 10 or 15 houses to pay so that we get more money instead of bringing on $5 addition to the 5 houses that are already paying? These are the policy discussions I will be having. As far as the government is concerned, Martin Colley should be telling what he has been telling President Bouakai to change our country, not me.
All right, thank you, Isaac. All right, Martin, I want to ask the same question, and I want to try to rephrase my question with a degree of specificity, because I'm not asking about what you will do where you in a position tomorrow. I'm asking if there's anything you are doing now
that you consider helpful to the current reality of Liberia, so that 4.5 years later, we are in a better place? Could you respond to that, please? What Martin Cully doing now?
Thanks, Dr. Pople. And I think the question is that right. It is just a matter of deconstruction. I think there where he's lapsed, but it is up to him. I'm going to answer the question as you said it. The question is in the present progressive form and not future, not what I will do, what I'm doing now. So as an exile Liberian activist, I'm not only interested in criticizing the government or politicians from the opposition. I'm also interested in finding solutions. So at the moment, I operate and own a foundation, a charity foundation called Martin K. and Cully Foundation, to buttress government's effort in terms of youth development, youth empowerment. We have over 18 students across different tertiary institutions, including AMEU, UMU, University of Liberia, AMEZU, and so forth. Recently, we provided scholarship opportunities for 40 Liberians to develop themselves, equipped in different professional skills at GoNet. Before the WIEC exams in Liberia, we organized preparatory classes for 1 month, intensive preparatory classes for 12th graders. We are talking about hundreds of them, so we are making interventions in different areas besides advocacy. I don't even want to talk about advocacy. We've exposed dozens of cases and incidents of corruption. Today, some of the people are suspended. And I said right here in exile, carry out the investigation, do the research, provide evidence, preponderance of evidence. The government itself can be convinced beyond all reasonable doubt that yes, indeed, an act of corruption took place. I gave you one instance. We saved the government over 40 million relative to the yellow machine scandal. So we've been doing a lot. We are doing a lot because we love our people. It is not just about criticizing the government. It is not just about identifying the problems. At the end of the day, our people ask us every day, what next? What can we do to address their socio-economic problems? So I'm not only advocating for them, I'm not only fighting for them through public accountability and other means, but I'm also making direct impact, intervention in their lives. And I just name a few. As a matter of fact, we will be providing 300,000. We've already raised the money through the foundation for 100 Liberians to go.
300,000 US dollars?
Liberian dollars.
Oh, Liberian dollars. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So we have raised 300,000 Liberian dollars. 100 Liberians that have never dreamed of acquiring tertiary education or higher education will now have an opportunity to write the entrance of the state-run university.
Let me hold you right there, Martin. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Martin, because we got to run with time. We got a lot to cover. You brought in education. Let's start from education. One, what's your view on the present University of Liberia, Martin Cully?
Thank you, CEO. You know, I am an alumnus of the University of Liberia. I understand the terrain, but I don't only want to speak about the situation at the University of Liberia only, because there are other public and private institutions that are also challenged. Regardless of the fact that some of these institutions are private, but people who attend them are also Liberians. I can remember during the administration of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, almost all private universities were subsidized. These are difficult times, and I will acknowledge the government to reintroduce such a policy, because private universities are also challenged. Likewise, the University of Liberia. The University of Liberia is a state-run university. If you look at the charter that created the University of Liberia, the government of the day is on a statutory obligation to finance the university. When I was at the university as a student leader, we developed a master plan. That's one of my contributions to the university and the larger society. The master plan said to finance the University of Liberia to a place where we offer quality. Quality. I'm not just talking about education, because education is not quantitative. It's qualitative in the context of economics. Therefore, emphasis must be placed on quality. Quality. To provide quality education at the state-run university, because the University of Liberia is not just only the Capitol Hill campus. There are 4 other campuses. You got Capitol Hill campus, you got Fendia, you got the medical school, and you got St. J. 4 campuses. To finance those 4 campuses, you need at least 45 million United States dollars. For God's sake, CEO, let's do a comparative analysis. Right across the road, on Capitol Hill, opposite the University of Liberia, you have the legislature. For the last 24 months, we've spent over 108 million on a legislature of just 103 persons. The University of Liberia has over 20,000 persons, Liberians, but we cannot even spend 35 million. So where is the equity? Where is the distribution?
Let me interrupt you. We got to be fast. I beg you. We are talking about the University of Liberia. What's the budget today for the University of Liberia, Martin?
So the budget is hovering around 35 million.
Which is enough.
Yeah, and quite frankly, the government of President Weah did well to increase it. I must admit, it has increased. Unlike
so let's take it slow, Martin. The budget was increased under President Weah. Is it more than what President Weah put in as of today?
The budget now under President Bouaka is more than what was under President Weah, former President Weah.
We had an increase in the budget under President Weah, and yet and still, do you believe that under President Weah, we have this free YA, we have the free tuition when it comes to the University of Liberia?
Now, let me address this issue of the free tuition, right? I'm not trying to be dismissive of the effort made by former President Weah relative to tuition-free education. The idea is actually good. He had good intent. However, it was not well thought of or researched. I was a student leader at that time. The pronouncement to provide tuition-free education at the University of Liberia was never consultative and coordinative. Now, at the University of Liberia, there are different structures, or there are different strata, if you may like, in terms of administration and leadership. You have the administration, you have the board of trustees, you have the UL council, and you have different departments and colleges, heads of colleges. So that's how the university runs, and the president is the visitor to the university. So before a policy is announced, there must be broad-based consultation. Are you aware that the former president, Dr. Ophelia Weeks, was never aware when the president announced a tuition-free education? She even said that at a Senate hearing in Monrovia. So how can you be announcing a tuition-free education and the president of the university is unaware?
Given that, was it helpful to the university?
Quite frankly, the pronouncement was premature. And do you know that it is affecting the university right now?
No. I'm not saying the announcement. I'm saying, given what you said, whether the president was aware, she wasn't. Was the tuition-free policy helpful to the University of Liberia? 1. 2, was the free WAEC helpful to the people of Liberia?
Okay, I'm going to answer the first question in 2 different dimensions. Yes, no. So let me start with the yes. You know, a lot of the students on the campuses of the University of Liberia are challenged economically. They do not have the resources to finance their education. So any policy aimed at providing tuition-free education is good. However, we should also look at the gap that has been created, the financial gap, because the tuition that was coming in was an inflow to the University of Liberia. They used that money for operational purposes. But now that money is not coming in because nobody is paying tuition. And most often, I can tell you this, you can even ask authorities at the university under the administration of former President Weah. They were not taking pay. Some of the teachers were not taking pay. They could not paint the building. They could not provide basic necessities.
So the policy was good, but the implementation was bad. I said, hold on 1 minute, I will come to you, please.
So quickly, CEO. Free tuition policy in a poor country like Liberia is a good idea, but it must be well thought of. It must be researched. There must be evidence. You know, anything we do today, there must be scientific evidence.
What about the wire? What about the free wire tuition? The free wire tuition.
I'm coming to wire quickly. Let me just conclude my thought on this. Before you roll out a public policy, there are processes to satisfy, right? You don't just announce. That's knee-jerk announcement.
We understand that. Let's move with this right quick. Free wire tuition, free wire fees. Let's talk about it.
But at the time President Weah was leaving office, the government was owing WIEC. It had to be the government of President Weah to settle that debt. So again,
it had to be the president, the government of President Bouaka, you meant.
Sorry?
The government of President Bouaka to settle the debt. Now we are.
The government of President Bouaka had to settle that debt. So there was debt left behind by the former.
But what's the policy, a good policy? Free wire tuition. I mean, to pay for the wire fees. Was it a good policy from the past government?
You know, quite frankly, everything is not free. What we should be discussing is how we put money in our people's pocket to pay for these services. And to put money in our people's pocket, CEO, they need jobs.
So you disagree. The policy wasn't a good policy, right?
The policy was premature in terms of announcement.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you my last question. Asa Okami. Is this government still carrying on such policy under the Joseph Iman Bouaka government?
Oh, certainly. The policy is still there, but financially, to finance such a policy is challenging because the government has several other priorities. So
we do have free tuition under President Bouaka. We still have free tuition for university, and we got free wire. Is that true?
Don't get me wrong, CEO. I'm not saying these are not good policies. I'm saying let's look at the downside, right? So now you have the policy. Are you aware at the University of Liberia registration fees have increased to cover some of the gaps that were created as a result of the knee-jerk pronouncement?
Thank you. That hold you right there. I'm going to bring in Ashido on this education mountain. Thank you very much for giving sufficient time. Ashido on education, free wire, and that of the free tuition. Talk to us. Martin.
When Martin was in UL, he did not go and say, "Oh, I don't like the policy, so I'm coming to pay school fees." He didn't go there. He benefited from it.
No, I did not.
When he was there, he didn't go there. He didn't go there and say, "No, the policy is bad, so I'm coming to pay." But listen, the failure of the Unity Party government to bring about any reform in the education sector is the reason why you heard Mountain recounted problems upon problems. We did not come on the show to say, "Oh, the school in Sinje don't get money." We know they don't have money. We didn't come on the show to say the school in Grand Crew challenged. We know they are challenged. Because Rescue Rambo can show anything their government has done. So he went back to recount all of the problems we know. And that's the reason why he said, the show should not be about government, it be about activists. I'm not one. So the issue here is you support the Unity Party. You called yourself Rescue Rambo. You talked for more than 30 minutes and you said nothing. Stanton, you asked the question rightly. When Rescue Rambo was all on Facebook, he said President Bouaka was coming to change it. As we speak today, the government is still carrying on the policy from the same man that Martin Joseph failed. You say, why the school in Sinje get 30 million? Do you want President Bouaka number so I can send it to you for you to call him? You supported him. You should be telling us why they get 30 million. Then you asking us? Who you want us to ask? I will call President Trump and ask him if the school get money. Martin, we need solution based, not the same problem that we know exists. We need a solution. And apparently, Martin does not know the history of the free tuition. Martin, your colleague, Mao, one of the student leaders, was the architect of that. He had a meeting with President Weah, and he brought the issue of tuition free. He talked about how the students at the University of Liberia were facing tough financial times. President Weah listened. He had cabinet meetings. They brought it on the table. They announced tuition free. You know what that did? Before the tuition free policy was announced, the enrollment at the University of Liberia was way below 10,000. After it was announced, it went hitting close to 20,000. I think you should be proud of that, right? You are on Facebook all around the place like. You should be proud of that. And you saying the policy was announced, it just came. No, Mao, your colleague, was actually the person. Monty, when you attended the University of Liberia, you used to stand in long lines under the heat from Stella Maris all the way to UL to register. When President Weah got there, he made the process simple. You did not need to stay in line no more. He created the online version that helped students register smoothly. Up to today, the only thing we have seen from the University of Liberia since President Bouakai came to power has been protest upon protest from SUP to PROSA. No any reform policy. The only thing the government is living on today are all of those things left behind. You claim, George, we have failed. One who have thought, Martin, that you will be dismantling every policy initiated by President Weah because he failed. I thought this debate was about the issues and not the problems that we know. We know Liberians suffering. Don't come and tell us why Liberians suffering, simply because we know. What is the government rescue ramble that you supported doing to change it? The educational sector, where are we? Of recent, the broadcast and talk.
Let's go you right there. Let Martin answer that question. We got to go to the next one. I say, I'm begging you, Martin.
Yeah, no, Martin,
Martin, what's your contribution now as to what President Bouakai government would do to change these field policies?
And sorry, came in broken. CEO.
No, I'm asking you, Martin. You heard Minister Doe's question. What are some of your recommendations to this government as to the field policy on wide fee and free tuition at the university?
So, straight up, let's face it. Do we have the fiscal space to finance tuition-free education? To a certain extent, yes. But our national priorities are more, and these priorities are competing. So we have energy crisis, we have education crisis, water crisis, we have issues of bread and butter, unemployment. So the issues are more, and the government has a very tight fiscal space to finance all of the programs and projects. The other day I was on this network, I spoke about the need to rationalize national expenditure. We have to prioritize in the midst of scarce resources. What we do as a country is to prioritize. You don't do everything at once. So, for example, if we want to achieve energy efficiency, or if we want to achieve quality education, if we want to achieve roads, do we have the resources to do everything? No. So the government is challenged. Hence, we have to even beg or borrow. Under the past regime, our debt stock was almost 2.4 billion. The past regime left it at 2.3 billion United States dollars. So this government met a whole big mess. I want to be very fair, because if you look at what this government met, right, we must hold them on the basis of their performance and on the basis of what they met. So relative to some of the proposals in the area of education, I would suggest CEO, because of limited resources, we begin to invest in TVET, technical vocational education and training. Because if you look at the demography of the country right now, Liberia has a youthful population.
I'm going to hold you. I got to bring it down to Bobla. You used the word TVET. Asido was Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport. They were running the TVET program. You followed that religiously. You calling for TVET. What happened to the first TVET, Martin? Honor Minister Asido.
So, so Minister Isaac, though, is here. He's going to account for his stewardship. I'm not going to speak for him. But I was saying, CEO, a lot of people are coming out of high schools, right? We need to tailor education in a way that it meets the demand of the labor market. What does the labor market need? What does the labor market need right now? The labor market needs people who have hands-on practical knowledge in different areas, whether carpentry, electricity, arts and drafts, and different disciplines in the area of TVET. That's what our country really needs. That's why our country.
We had that before, Martin. We had that before. I mean, I say you can ask a question and you guys are debating. So I just want to know, because you still surrounding yourself with TVET. But I do believe that with the UN partners, Onazoga Wilson, Asido, Minister of Youth and Sport, we had TVET. Millions of dollars went into TVET, and operation went into TVET. Today, we still have TVET, Martin. That's why I want to give you the chance to answer us. Some of the TVET program fell right in the lap of Abdullah Kamara when he was in government, but working along with LTA. And today he's in trouble. Some of the TVET program, the 10,000 youth, when President Baka spoke about youth training on computer and cybersecurity, those are some of the different TVET programs that came into being. We know our brother, Councillor Cole, Bangalore, they got so many programs lined up at the Ministry of Youth and Sport. Are we doing this thing under this government today? Differently from Josh Banner we are.
So, CEO, the thing is, we have MVTC, which is good, and I think MVTC now needs to transition to a polytechnic. Look at the budget of the MVTC. It's very low. It was low before, it is still low. I'm not going to blame any leadership for this. All I'm going to say is, let's invest intentionally in TVET, because these programs will help to build our country, to reconstruct our country. We need men and women of skills, basic skills in different areas. Because we're talking about infrastructure development, for example. We're talking about the aviation sector. We need trained people. We're talking about the issue of construction.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much, Martin. Dr. Bobla come in. I beg you, let give Asido work with the TVET Administrator of Youth and Sport. He was directly involved as Deputy Minister. We will have to give him a chance, and Dr. Bobla will come in. Our next conversation topic will be corruption in the country. How can we fix that? It will be the healthcare system. Martin, you experienced something today when you came knocking on our door about the lady that passed away. We hope her family remains strong. You supported the idea, raised money, took her to Ghana. Unfortunately, she passed away. We want to talk about our healthcare system. We want to talk about where we are today. When Stan is start calling for the major protests in the country. Then we'll close up with President Joseph Yema Boakai visit to the United States. I hope it will be sufficient enough to serve our audience. I say you have your 2 minutes on TVET.
Yeah, thank you. You know, Martin Colley posted that if we came on the debate and stay on under 20 minutes, then he should walk from Europe to Africa. Martin, I hope you ready to walk because I'm still here standing. Martin, you see how to defend lies, huh? When you lie the whole day and people just go leg your post, share it to come now and defend those lies. It's so hard, Martin. Let me first correct you. President Weah did not leave no debt for WAEC. The tuition payment for WAEC sitting were all paid. The only debt that was there was debt belonging to the headquarters in Nigeria. That was what your government paid. That debt, though, came from 30 years ago. The head for WAEC clarified that. on an OKF interview. Maybe you need a computer to be looking at it. Probably without the computer, you can do good. You know, you coming back to TVET. The same thing making me say weak on the show. Manti, you supported President Bwaka's government. You named yourself Rescue Rambo. There were reasons why you supported President Bwaka. Those are the reasons we want to hear now. And how are they impacting the lives of the people? We need skills worker in Liberia. Yes, Martin, we know we need skills worker. What is your government, Rescue Rambo, your government, what are they doing to bring skilled worker? They said they were training 10,000 youth in RCT, 10 days. Your government. The only thing we know about the government are 10,000 youth for 10 days. Martin, you can go do computer and go for 10 days and know how to even turn computer on. These are the lies that brought the government to power. Let me tell you why personally we are government dead. If you were to go to Meriden County today, we'll get a Cape Verde, a school that was financed by the European Union. President Weah's policy was that every county should have at least one TVET institution. And we started a model for that. Kakata got one, Banga got one, Pikena got one. In addition to that, we negotiated with the EU to establish an how you call this thing, a hospitality center right by the SKD. Right now, if you go there, you will see it being built. And what is the essence of that? What was our thinking? If students left BTU or the trade school that is by the ministry, we don't want them to just go. We want them to have real life experience in things that they learned. So we built that center. We started the building of it to ensure students from there can benefit from it. We went ahead and partnered with foreign firms and other people where we sent some of our brightest overseas to learn things in plumbing, in electrician, heavy-duty mechanic. They came back and enhanced the capability at MVTC. Those were the workings of the President Weah government. Today, you can tell anything your government do. You're only telling us what we need. Who told you that we don't need skills in our country? We need skills in our country. We know. Did you vote for President Bwaka or support him to actually tell us what we need, brother? I think the debate looking like a waste of energy because I'm seeing that Martin didn't come with anything prepared at all. I'm tired of discussing what the country, the problems. I know they are there. Martin, these are the things the government achieved. That's why we argue, though, that although President Weah's government was not perfect, but the work that we did in that country can be compared to none. The nights that we stayed in offices.
Thank you.
Compared to none. If
that's
on this debate, I will continuously bring you to the point that you, Rescue Rambo, supported President Bwaka. Please start telling us about the solutions and not the problems that we know. Those problems exist. We know they do. We need the solutions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler. Let's get to you again, guys. We'll talk about healthcare, corruption, good governance, and the president trip to the United States. Dr. Bopler.
Can I get quickly?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Bopler, please. It will be an honor for Martin to at least come on with 1 minute, please. Martin?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, Martin.
Now, this is important since we are discussing education. A good measurement of the both administrations will be the budget, right? So under the CDC, if my colleague across the table can show me at any point in time where CDC even budgeted or allocated almost 120 million for the education sector, then his argument will be valid. 2024 fiscal year, under President Joseph Boakai, 119 million United States dollars for education. I'm not here to defend government, but we should be able to speak truth to power based on facts, research, and evidence. Our people deserve to know the truth, Isaac, and not rhetoric. Every time you come on this set, you say just the same thing, cliche. The people are tired hearing one thing over and over. You have called my name more than 1,000 times. This is not called for. Let's focus on the substance. I'm just giving you just a simple metric if you want to do a fair analysis of who invested more. And this is President Bouakar's second year. He hasn't gone to even year 3, year 4, and year 5. But across the 6 years of your administration, give me a single instance of a budget year where you even appropriated, say, 110 million or up to 118 million for education in that country. So you cannot bring a facade to the debate, to the discourse, because a lot of people are listening. So I just wanted to say this. If we want to measure both administrations, then we should revert to the national financial instrument of the country, which is the budget. If we want to really be fair and evidential or empirical in our analysis, Isaac, we cannot be explaining Sparta's story. This is not a theater for comic display. Thank you, CEO.
All right, so
we're going to get the current budget. Let allow Dr. Bopler to speak. We're going to show you the budget from 2021, 2022, 2023 to that of 2024 and today. Dr. Bopler, come in while we upload the budget, sir.
All right, thank you, CEO. So, you know, it's very easy for those of us who are fortunate, who are blessed, who have means, to talk about what's happening in the country and list things that when you really measure them, they don't equate to improvement in the lives of people. So I always like to keep it at the level of Mayonowe and Mapu so we can measure it and see appreciably how we've done better. So Martin, I want to start with you. You do a lot of investigative journalism. You're an advocate and you help uncover a lot of important information. One of the things that still happens today, that happened in George Weah government and it's not happening Joe Barker government, maybe not to the same measure, is the disproportionate allocation of resources to the upper echelon of the government. In other words, a lot of the current expenses are for the VIPs, the legislature, the ministers, the deputy, the director general. And always we hear there's inadequate at the bottom for education, for healthcare, such that our public hospital are almost like private because you pay for everything. But if we shift it in allocating the resources and pay less at the top and a lot more at the bottom, we get better results. So let me ask you, because I've been following you in all of the stuff you do, why haven't you made a major advocacy about, because I know it's a tough issue, because you got to start with legislature, the people enjoying that thing, nobody won't pass any kind of law to reduce their benefits. Why haven't you done that? And would you consider doing that so that we can challenge the status quo to reallocate so that more resources come for healthcare and education and sanitation at the lower level so that we build a stronger workforce and a better country? What says you, Martin?
Thank you, Dr. Bopler. This is a very important question because it boils down to the issues of inequality, poverty, discrimination, resource mismanagement, misallocation, and so forth. Probably you may not have followed last year. In fact, this was one of the issues I consistently raised: the redistribution of our financial resources through the national budget. We need to reallocate and redistribute. Like you rightly said, if you look at the VIPs, they are consuming almost everything. Honor former President Weah, honor former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and now honor President Bouakar. The VIPs, the high, the big shots, they are consuming just everything. Let's use the legislature as a case study. From the beginning of this conversation, I intimated that the legislature alone, in the last 24 months, has consumed or spent over 108 million. The question is for what, Dr. Boplet? How can you spend 17 million just to have meeting, legislative hearings? Does that make sense? When your people are poor, Liberia is the 8th poorest country in the world. Unemployment rate is above 90%, inclusive of vulnerable employment. The point I'm making, Dr. Boplet, is we have meager resources, but we are not spending those meager resources rationally. The need to rationalize national expenditure cannot be overemphasized, especially through the budget, because everything begins and ends with the budget. For you to spend on education, it has to be the budget, energy budget, access to safe drinking water budget, housing facility budget, road budget. So even though we have off-spending, off budget expenditure, but everybody looks up to the budget. The 5.2 million people look up to the budget. So the question is, how are we distributing the cake? Is the cake being fairly distributed, equitably distributed? If you ask me that question from a budget, from a government budget perspective, I would say no. I would say no. And how we need to do it, we proposed the other day that we need to bring everybody down to 5K. Everybody, regardless of who you are, whether you are minister, whether you are head of a corporate entity, say SOE, for example, state-owned enterprise, everybody must come. The ceiling max must be 5K in allowances, whatever, salary, benefits, everything must be capped. So we must cap wage at 5K for the lawmakers, everybody. I give you an example. A lawmaker at the moment is being paid over 9,000 United States dollars. 9,000. When a public school teacher doing even more work, because lawmakers go to work Tuesdays, Thursdays, practically and technically in the context of legislative politics. Tuesdays, Thursdays are business days. The rest of the other days, though they can have meetings at different points, but those are the 2 working days according to the internal laws or internal rules of the legislature. So the point I'm making is, why are we giving a lawmaker overnight? Are you aware, Dr. Boplet, that we are paying the yard boys over 250?
I'm aware that we are misusing the public resources and that it is excessively used at the top.
Right.
I'm aware of that.
So the point we are making is, we gave them over 9,000, for example, as salary, right? We gave them money for constituency visit. We gave them money for furniture. We gave them 45,000 for car. We gave them money for foreign and domestic travel. We gave them money for DSA. We gave them money even to buy newspaper. It is in the budget. Why are we spending? We gave them money for entertainment and their generator at their homes. Does that make sense? Let's be honest.
Right. So before your time is up, I want to just redirect my question. So then you're saying that you are going to put resource allocation at the top of your advocacy agenda to help this government, to help those at the bottom more than they currently are doing. You're saying that, right? You're willing to do that. You're going to do that.
Oh, certainly. In fact, I'm already doing that, because the thing is, as I speak to you, we have some payrolls in our possession. And if you look at the wages of civil servants, right, some of them even make below $150. This is not fair. If the civil servant or someone who works at Ministry of Finance or Public Works in Central Monrovia, if that person lives, for example, Brownsville, how can $150 even sustain that person? Transportation, especially when we have an inflation rate of above 8%. So you also deduct that, right? Then you deduct transportation. Say, for example, you're paying $400 to go, $400 to come. That's $800 every day. Times that by say 24 days or 23 days.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you, Martin. Isaac, thank you, Martin. Isaac Doe.
You know what? It's just
Isaac
hard to
Doe.
be here. So
Isaac, can you wait, let Dr. Bobler just paraphrase
One
his
second.
question to you, please.
Oh, I thought it was the same question. It's okay.
No, let me ask you. Let me ask the question. The same thing, but it's phrased differently because of both of your backgrounds. Okay, so you had the privilege, Isaac, to serve in the high level in President Weah's government as a deputy minister. You also serve in a strategic agency. I call it strategic because to make sure youth and sport, and we are youth for population, so it's strategic. And you came with a very popular president, and so there were many of us who were extremely hopeful that this president, having come from the lower echelons and rose up, in a very impressive way to sports and all of that, now into politics, that he will actually understand the plight and the challenges of ordinary people, and that will be his priority. And then 6 years later, the hospital was still expensive, even public hospital. Schools were not measurably improved. Unemployment was still high. What would you say, Isaac, to those who say that you and your government miss a glorious opportunity to be heroes of the people, because when you got there, you lost your way and it was business as usual? What would you say to those people who, after 6 years, they say, man, you just blew a great opportunity? And I think we saw some of that in the election. A lot of the vote was not for vote, it was against vote. It was protest vote. What would you say to those people having served for 6 years and now you find yourself where you are?
Well, yeah, your question long, but no problem.
No,
So
the last part is the question.
Yeah,
the first
I'm
part
not,
is qualifying
Sure.
it for context. Listen now, so you can be able to answer. The first part, I'm
You got
qualifying.
the question, Dr. Bobler. Let me make progress,
Second
Dr.
part is the
Bobler.
question.
Dr. Bobler, I will not go forward without educating Martin. All day on Facebook, he do. I will not go forward without educating him. So, Martin, the way they do projection in budget.
No, Isaac,
Wait, no, I'm trying to answer. You can answer for 15 minutes. I can talk. Wait, let me talk, my brother, please. This is not Facebook. Wait. So when you do projection in budget, you look at the changes from one aspect and how it affects the changes in another aspect. What do I mean? If the national budget was, say, 600 million in 2023, and it moves up to 800 million in 2024, that will be a percentage change of the budget somewhere between there. What you want to do is to take that percentage change and compare it with the percentage changes in the expenditure side. Then you can come to boast about it. Monday, in 2023, the budget for the University of Liberia under George Weah last term was 18.something million. The out term came at 30 million. That's almost double what President Weah and the legislature budgeted. You know what it tells you? That the government invested in education more than double as budgeted. In 2024, when the budget increased to almost 900 million, coming from 700 million, you could only add a mere 3 million at the budget at the University of Liberia's budget. But they don't talk about education yet. Who invested in education? Man, we took the passing rate of WAEC from about 28 to 30% to almost 80%. You know what that happened? President Weah brought education as a right for the people and not a privilege for the few. You know what he did? He said, Grandma, go and sell a little bit about in the market. Don't worry about WAEC fees. I will pay the WAEC fee for you. Just study and pass. We need practical solutions to Liberia's problem. You want to talk about when budget went to 115? These are the realities, Martin. You can go to your budget. So, my brother, education investment, you cannot compare President Boakai to President Weah based on what each person had as their budget line to what you have. As a matter of fact, lest you forget, when they went for recasting of the budget, they reduced University of Liberia budget instead of increasing it. So let me go to Dr. Bropler's question. Dr. Bropler, you said George Weah-Kim, he was a poor man, he knows the people, why he lost confidence. Again, I said it, unless I should repeat it again. I will never tell you that President Weah's government was perfect. Oh no, we had challenges, we had problems. But what I would proudly tell you though, is that we put our minds and our brains together to ensure we did something. Those things were overpowered by propagandas and lies. I have listed them. I can go back. No, we have not talked about the economy. Those are things that affect the people. We have not talked about international relations. It is not about President Bouakai coming and Donald Trump say he can speak English. President Weah went out of the country and came back and brought back to the hospital 100 bedroom. We need practical solution that helps the lives of the people. We weren't complaining all around the place. We were finding solutions, and the solutions are evidenced by what is written. Yes, we could have done more, but we did do what this government cannot do. President Weah changed the entire structure of the Liberian government. I wouldn't say young people. I was 29, 30 when I got in government as deputy minister. Before President Weah, yes, you had young people in government, but you could count 1, 2, 3, and that's all. When President Weah came, man, he brought capable young people to serve at every level of the government. That is change for a country.
I said, thank you.
Being appointed to government back then was not on the basis of who knew your father.
I said, no, thank you very much. Folks, we want to say thank you.
Solutions we needed for our country.
I said, no, thank you very much.
We are brought.
Again, I said, no, thank you very much. Martin, we'll hear from you. While we're on education, folks, we want to say thank you for continuing to share the show. I mean, and invite everyone. We are getting to the juice. Martin, let me ask you, the current education system, when you include WIC, when you include university free education, grade 8 today, is it better today than under the past regime?
Oh, certainly, I would say yes. And the reason why I would say yes is based on the fact that more investment has gone to the sector than before. I just told you that the current budget for education in Liberia is 119 million plus. Education needs financing. You cannot operate a school without money. You cannot provide quality education without money. So you need money. The government of President Bouakai has invested more in education. What does this say to you? When you put more money, you get more result. You get more result, 119 million for the education sector. That's a big jump. And we must commend the government for that. Are there other...
Okay. Answer your comment. I'll say let Martin finish your comment, please.
So the point I'm making is, if we want to measure the government's contribution to education, the best and empirical evidence to use is the budget. The budget is available. We can put it up and do a
So let me hold you there. You agree that President Joseph Yema Bouakai government, when it comes to education, he's doing better than,
of course. And
George
quickly, CEO, before I lay my thought on this, I listened to Isaac talking about hiring of qualified young people under former President Weah. Was Alvin Wisse qualified? Was Jefferson Koji qualified? Was Sekou Kalasco qualified? A lot of them even got the job before graduating from universities, quote unquote. Is that what you call qualification and capability? Probably the meaning of those dictions or words may be different in your own dictionary, but the facts are there, the records are there. They cannot be disputed. They are incontestable.
So your definition of qualification, your definition of qualification is education, going to school. Is that what you mean?
Oh, education is about the credentials you've obtained. Right. It's different.
So let me hold you there. I want to go back. I want to ask Asido on the reverse end. I beg you, Martin. Asido, you will answer. Asido, wait. Asido, I beg you, you will answer. He said this government, the President Joseph Parker government, is doing extremely, exceptionally well when it comes to education compared to your government, George Manawea government. What say you?
Stand on. I actually long time. Martin, take your computer, be checking on the place, man. I'm not sure you're ready prepared for this. But Martin, the facts and evidence are all around here. Martin, a budget that projects is not something you boast about. You boast about the outcome, the actual. If somebody told you, Martin, I'll give you $100, don't be happy. If the person ended up giving you $50, that $50 you should be happy for. Martin, these are small little book you can learn for K1. Martin, in 2023, President Weah spent about $98 million on education. What he actually spent, not what he said I will spend. In 2024, President Buhari spent $86 million. Martin, these are facts. We came on here to provide.
I said, let me hold your Martin. You want to dispute that, Martin?
So basically, probably he didn't comprehend what I said.
No, we no.
I say, I beg you, we'll give Martin a chance. We'll come back to you. You were speaking. Go ahead, Martin.
Can you put the 2025 approved budget? Isaac doesn't understand the difference between projection and approved budget. So let me explain it. Now, there are three different types of budget. You got budget, you got balanced budget, you got surplus budget, and you got deficit budget. So, for example, the proposed budget was approved for 2025. We are hovering around 850 million. That was approved. Before that, the proposed was below 850 million. The legislature ratified the budget at 850 million, and it was signed into law by the president. That is different from projection. When you approve a budget, that's not projection. It is what you have approved to spend. So when your approved expenditure exceeds, right? When your approved expenditure exceeds the revenue raised, right? Then that's deficit. But when the revenue raised exceeds your approved expenditure, then that's surplus. When the both are at an equilibrium, that's balanced budget. How be it, it is good for us to break these things down for Isaac to understand. He doesn't understand what is projection, what is approved expenditure. You are misrepresenting everything. And it is
okay, so let me see if you can help me understand. Then Isaac will come and we got to move on. This education thing is important. Budget, projection, budget. For example, let me put this up for our folks that follow us. Mountain, budget actual, budget 2024, estimated all terms, budget, projection. Now, explain this thing again. Let's hear you. For example, this is the University of Liberia. The year 2023 budget actual is right there. Budget, help us explain it to me, Martin.
Basically, in government budgeting, when you talk about all term, it's what you spend at the end of the day or at the end of the budget year. So we run a calendar budget year, right? So, for example, CEO, if you have budgeted $100, right? You go to the market, right? And you want to buy an umbrella, but the umbrella is sold for $150, right? And you add 50 to the $100 that was already budgeted. At the end of the day, even though you budgeted $100, but you have spent $150, that is the alternate. So sometimes.
Okay, so let's go back to the book, Banting. How much was budgeted 2023 under George Manawea for education?
So you can put the budget up and we look at the number.
I put that up, but I said give you a number here. And I want us to be exact. I say how much was budgeted 2023 for education?
For University of Liberia, is around 18.3 million. But they ended up receiving about $30 million for University of Liberia.
But this is the University of Liberia.
Right.
So
Yeah.
my question here is, you were making a point. You were saying, I wanted Liberian people to go with something. Education, forget about the University of Liberia. How much was budgeted for education? I mean, so let's make this thing interesting. I just don't want to do this to both of you. Education, but yeah, go ahead, Martin, if you want to add.
No, it's me, CEO. It's me.
No, but I
sorry,
can respond to
gotcha.
Martin and my people. Martin, not talk for 5 hours though. Please.
No, you'll respond, but I want to do some fact checking while we're on the show.
Yeah, but why you doing the fact check now? Let me provide a little bit of lecture to my brother Martin. Martin,
asking you simple question.
I come in. Let me
No,
respond.
hold on, Isaac. I think you need to answer Martin's question, and you will come in, Isaac. Martin, what's your question?
So you talking about education, investment in education, right? Which drives quality, because without intentional investment in education, we cannot achieve quality education. So comparatively, let's look at where the government peaked up from, right? 2023, you ended, and the Unity Party-led government peaked up from January 2024. So the year before the Unity Party government came to power, what did you invest in education?
Well, Martin, I just told you, said 23%. We have invested about 98 million, and UP invested 86. You ask me again, Martin, I beg you, I'm here for that ultimate debate. Let me, Martin.
No, Isaac, wait. It's good to be clear. I beg you, you're not only talking about Martin.
But we are
98.1 million. 98.1 million.
That was the outturn of education in 2023. What the government actually spent. And 2024, Barack spent 86. But stand on, I don't want to lose my track. My thought.
No, which part of the budget? We are looking at the budget.
I mean, you asking me to be showing you part that who can be doing the show here again? Go and look at it. What can you are? So, Martin,
I'm looking at the budget.
Everyone get their few, Martin.
No. What is 98 million? I'm looking at the budget.
Please, later they'll fact check. I beg you, Martin, don't bring us to this or soup and prosa thing. Please wait. Martin, everyone get their few. Everyone get their few. And that's the reason why some of us get a little, it can be funny when people like you who know me, you used to come to me from Palm Springs.
So let's stick to the conversation,
let me say this. Mandy, when it comes to finance and budgeting, you and Aaron crowd. I can't go with you to it. Mandy, let me tell you, Mandy. I am not going to provide education to you based on I or AI, based on the reality that happens. Listen, budget is usually projection. It only means what you think you will get. When you go to the national budget, you will see budget 2024, projection 2025, projection 2026. It almost means the same thing. This is what in 2026 we think we will bring off. In 2024, this is what is approved. That budget is always a projection. Now, let me give you a little numbers. Today, the LRA brought out the first the result from the first half of the year. What did they say? Their budget, which was the projection, they expected to have collected, let me be sure I got it, 201 million. They collected 179 with 22.3%, $22.03 million that is in deficit. What does this tell you? Let's go down economic reasoning. You did economic at UL. Let's go down. If you want to go down to the budget, look at specific places to see how the country is doing. It will be a good thing for us to be fair with the people of Liberia so that they can know what is coming for them in the future. This is what the budget said. Personal income tax, for instance, the government projected to have collected 81 million. They did collect 70. You know what that means? Jobs went down. The more jobs go up, the more income tax. Let me go to the second one. Or corporate income tax. The government actually projected to have collected 17. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm providing it right now because I know you will say you go fact check. I don't want to give you anything that is wrong. Hold on, let me go here. Let me go to you. Okay.
Stop behaving like a kindergarten student.
Yeah, I know. So let me get you this. For instance, taxes on goods and services. The government projected to have collected 21 million. They collected only 18 million. You know what that tells you? It tells you that the business climate in Liberia is bad. People ain't buying goods. Goods not coming in the country. People not buying from the business
look,
people. So the government, let me end. Oh, no, Pablo, you're not following me. Don't do it. Pablo, please wait. I beg you, don't do that.
Let him finish, please. I said finish up.
These are the real situation by country. I don't want to go there where you want economic the budget because that part you and Nana in another school.
Okay, I said finish. Let's do this very quick for the sake of our audience. We're going to leave. We're going to leave the department. We're going to leave the Department of Education. We're going to leave the University of Liberia. I think you guys make enough, give the country enough reason why we are where we are when it comes to education. Martin, you disagree with the George Manoia government, and you think that we are doing better. I say you disagree. The Liberian people can decide. If we are doing better, the University of Liberia is crumbling. Though a lot of money have been projected, but we have an issue, a very serious issue. I think both of you will agree with the Liberian people that we need some major improvement. Let's talk about corruption in this government. I will have to pay.
Theo, before you transition, I just want to add a footnote, please, before you transition, because we're talking about education and economics. As two areas are no small thing about. Okay, first of all, budget projections are just that, projections. Okay, budget actualization is different, but even so, you need to be able to show what it is that you accomplished through the budget. So just because I said $50 for something, it doesn't mean that I put $50 worth of value into something. You need to be able to measure. For example, you say we have 2 schools here. Every school in Liberia got chairs. Every school in Liberia offers.
We'll do that in the post analysis. That's a book plan.
What I'm saying for the quality and the value for the public.
You want after the debate? I can debate you and
Don't do that. You hear us talking a lot and can't point to specific things. That means we didn't get the desired outcome. The second thing about the economic part, if I project $1 million and then we actually realize $500,000 in collection, it doesn't mean that there was a downturn in jobs. It could mean that a problem with collection.
Let's do that at post analysis because we do not want to be.
No, I want to clarify. I understand what you're saying.
But right now it's 11 o'clock in Liberia. We've already got to press and move on. I beg both of you. Corruption. I'm going to start with you, Martin Cody. We've been working excessively. We've been working tirelessly when it comes to being a whistleblower here in Liberia. We've been comparing notes and things are happening. Where are you on the fight of corruption compared to the last regime? Today, is this government performing well in the fight of corruption?
Thank you, CEO. Before we can even evaluate the performance of the Bouaka-led administration relative to the fight against corruption, it would be important for us to say that corruption is the most dangerous cancer in Liberia. It kills, and very fast too. That's why we must be able to encourage our government to do all it can to fight this menace. Because at the end of the day, what corruption does, it deprives our people of basic social services. Imagine we have 2-3 million to provide safe drinking water for a town in Lofa County, and someone sits there and diverts the 2-3 million to his or her personal use. It prevents safe drinking water from getting to Lofa County, so our people die of diarrhea. This is what corruption does. I have been a fan of public accountability, integrity, and probity. So when President Bouaka came to power, one of my first calls to him was to set up a special court to hear cases of corruption. Because at the moment we are using criminal code C. Criminal code C can hear other cases, criminal cases. But we are saying let's establish a special court, a specialized court to hear cases of because the level at which corruption is in that country is unprecedented. Look at the number of cases we have exposed. Some people have been suspended. So far, to be fair, President Bouaka is a step ahead of his predecessor in terms of fighting corruption. Why? Let me justify this. President Bouaka is suspending even people who supported him as a result of allegations of corruption. Look at the situation of LTA. Look at the situation of LACRA. Look at the situation of BSE, Bureau of State Enterprises. So he's suspending his own people, which is commendable. However, I would like to encourage our president to go beyond suspension, because suspension is not just enough. When we suspend them, what next? They must be investigated. When we investigate them, what next? They must be charged or indicted. When we charge them, what next? They must be prosecuted. If found guilty, they must be jailed and be made to restitute stolen assets or funds of the Republic. I would like for the president to go beyond just suspension. Unlike his predecessor, no suspension. People kept stealing, and quite frankly, when I say no suspension, indecisible number. I'm not saying he did not suspend, right? But the number of people President Bouaka suspended, they are far way more, and the records are there proof.
Thank you, Martin. Martin, thank you. We're gonna give equal time to Asido. This is about Martin Cody and Asido engaging in the debate of corruption. Now, if you have questions for each other, please do. But Asido, we will give you your time. Corruption discussion is on the table.
All right, thank you. That's a problem. I want you to join Martin for me to debate two of you. So listen, Martin Colley has written over 300 pages Facebook posts accusing everyone of corruption in Liberia. When the time came and they gave him the opportunity to come and real help, he ran away. They brought him and said, Martin Colley, all the noise you've been causing, everybody's stealing, only your one can steal. Come and help this country. Let's face the corruption problem. Come as a recovery. He ran away. And he gave plenty of excuses why he ran. You know what? Real smart people don't run. They stand to improve the system. That's what we did. When we were called to serve, all those things were in bread and butter, but we stood our ground to help the system get better. The only opportunity Martin had from all of the 300 Facebook posts accusing the whole world of corruption besides just him, he ran. So you can hear he got nothing to tell you what the government did in terms of corruption. You talking about President Bouaka suspended? Fighting corruption, Martin, is not to suspend people. The issue of corruption should be a genuine fight. It is not a publicity contest where you want to get public sentiment, you just come to suspend people. President Weah actually came to fight corruption. He brought actions. What are the actions? Today, the LACC can persecute anyone. They are not waiting for Ministry of Justice to approve before they do. You know who made that happen? President Weah. The RAA has been enhanced with their capacity. You know who started that? President Weah. My brother, President Weah did not just suspend people, he took people to jail. He persecuted people in court. Amin Moda resigned from your government. Amin Moda didn't resign because he's a patriot. He resigned because there were allegations of corruption. What court did he go into exonerate himself, Martin? Oh, President Bouaka can encourage him, America will appoint you. When you go steal, when you steal, I will suspend you, you go sleep. Are you go fighting corruption? The only thing we have seen President Bouaka achieve is to go after past officials. Some of them have been in jail. Have been in court. Every day the government running away from their own case. You know why they carry Samuel to court? Because they said he gave the National Security Council money. Why he gave it to them when they didn't ask. They don't even care to ask the National Security Council what they did with the money, but they're asking Samuel why he gave them money. This is a lip service fight of corruption you're doing. Listen, we speak to people inside the Unity Party. Let me tell you what is going on. The lady at LACC is being pressured by the government to do all you can and bring up cases against someone. That's the reason why you see all of the cases ain't going nowhere.
What's your evidence?
Well, I'm providing evidence to you. That people go and check it. You thought I'd listen to you. Give me a chance. So, man, President, we actually took people to jail. He sent people to court. Let me tell you one thing you forget. Before I was appointed, the lady who sat by President Weah and tapped my name on the appointment list, President Weah suspended her and carried her to court. The lady who tapped my name, she was President Weah red-hand lady. She went to court. We are not talking about you tell someone, say, my man, go and steal. When you finish stealing, I will suspend you, then full and finish. When will President Boyka stop doing showboating? When they put, oh, the people fighting corruption.
Thank you, Isaac.
You had all of the leverage. They appointed you to asset recovery. You shouldn't have run away like you did. You should have stood as a quote-unquote smart man. Smart people don't run. They stand to make the system better.
I said thank you very much. Martin will give you time to. I said thank you very much. Martin will give you time.
Let me just correct quickly. I have never claimed anywhere before to be a smart man. I'm a simple man. I'm an activist. I have never claimed to being clever or smart or brilliant. Nah, you are wrong. So let's focus on the substance of the issue. Stop attacking. This conversation is not about red herring. Right. So let's focus on what the issues are. We are talking about corruption. What did you do differently that this government is not doing? Now you talk about the LACC without understanding the history of the LACC. The LACC was established under the administration before you. Even the IAA, the GSC, you came and met these structures. So you cannot brag about LACC, IAA. You didn't establish them. Let's be clear. The Liberian people are listening. And under the administration of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the current president was the vice president. So he can claim credit for the establishment of these anti-graft institutions. Before, Liberians never knew what they call audit of public officials. It had to be the Unity Party. We have to give it to them. Let's be fair. When we are having national conversations, the facts must precede and transcend. So what I'm saying, CEO, is that we still have a problem of corruption in the country. We should be offering solutions at the moment. Let me say this. Impunity in that country is unprecedented. Impunity is unprecedented. And our court system is to a certain extent weak and corrupt. Multiple reports, including U.S. State Department report, have stated that the court system is corrupt, it's colluded, it's compromised. To fight corruption in our country, we have to strengthen our democratic institutions, including civil society organizations. We have to make.
Allow me to ask you a question. We got to run. I'm begging you, and we got to find room for Dr. Bukla. Yeah, Martin, under this government, have we anyone in jail currently for corruption?
People were sent to jail temporarily. There are people in jail for crimes. So yes, I can say for a fact, because the thing is, CEO.
No, have we anyone in jail? Can you name them for corruption currently under this government?
I can recall, but people were sent to jail for alleged corruption, especially economic sabotage. I give you an example.
Those are allegations that led to indictment, but after, have we concluded any case and anyone was transferred to jail for corruption?
Not to my knowledge. What I know, CEO, is that the government is investigating a number of cases, and these things, they take time. But here's the fact, right? And I have an issue with the Ministry of Justice here, right? Especially the minister. The Minister of Justice is a corporate lawyer. If I were to suggest to the president of Liberia, I would ask him to hire a criminal lawyer. There are too many cases of corruption. Look at the GSC report, for example. too many reports, audit reports, SEC reports, and these reports have indicted.
Okay, so let me well, because we got to run. Thank you. I said though, you spoke that President George Monoway at the time persecuted folks, put them in jail. Can you name any 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those individuals that were persecuted? I said with that were persecuted and sent to jail?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mandy. I'm not sure if your computer got problem that the voice is not coming up. I didn't say President we are CDC established LACC. I know where you did that from. I said they turn LACC into.
How should I get to the question? Do we have? You name anyone now? I said, please.
Every time anybody can check the time. Mandy has spoken for more than double what I've said. Let me have the answer. I have to correct this brother. Stand up. This brother can be on Facebook. Oh, they call everybody dumb. This is a place where we need to prove that dumb and smartness. So give me a chance. Let me educate a little bit. Oh, Mandy, hold on, Mandy. Nobody came in and told you that George we are CDC established LACC or RAA. I said it change it. They make it even more powerful. That's what I told you. The action. So that when you're talking on your own. So start on to your question. The folks at the National Housing Authority, I can send you pictures if you want. They had handcuffs in their hand. They went to jail. The EPA director was dismissed. People actually went to jail. Or Kamara from Water and Sewer was sent to be prosecuted. These are hard facts. Mandy Corey can come with let's discuss.
I said, let me narrow my question. I said, not persecution. I said, my question was, how many folks for 6 years under George Monoway, how many individuals went to jail for corruption?
No. Stand on. I'm not going to count the amount of human being, or I don't remember everything, but I'm going to give you an example of the fight against corruption that were not just in showboating, like you want to back public sentiment, but real actions that people took. And I'm telling you, LACC, before George Weah, we get a case and wait for Minister of Justice to say go and prosecute it. If Minister of Justice was a friend to the person being accused, that case will never be prosecuted. George Weah changed it and said, no, LACC, you got to wait for them. Go ahead.
George Weah changed it. I said, though, before that the problem come in, the LACC that you're speaking about under Clamartin, under Councilor Clamartin, the LACC, I want to squeeze in a question if you can allow me, I said, do, please. Under Clamartin, the last document I was presented to President Weah, that LACC submitted recommendation that had ministers. Here comes the election, nothing happened. I just wanted to include that real quick because then it was changed in 2022 to this new LDCC headed by Alexandra Zoe. I just wanted to be out there for the record. To be fair, let me give you your time, finish up, and then we'll move.
So stand on, like I was saying, recommendation was made. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. But what we are talking about is actually who's fighting corruption or who fought corruption. Who is really doing it by actions, facts. Not you go do something just for the public to say, oh yeah, the public fighting corruption, again, suspending people in fighting corruption. When the government came to power, they received around 600,000 for inauguration. President Bwaga authorized the people to do audit. The audit had not even concluded. There was a big statement on the executive mansion website praising the woman who was in charge of that. Before the government even came to power, President Bwaga read him men Sylvester acts, or how you call them, social security for cars, 500,000. It was under the CDC government. Did we know? No. Where are the cars today? Where are the cars? All of the cases around President Bwaga suspending people, and so what? I'm telling you that President Weah took action. I'm telling you that he didn't just come and say, you know what? Listen, President Weah took beating for political decisions that he actually mustered the courage to take that no other president will be brave to do. Harmonization, quickly, before I end Stanton, that man here talking about the people should bring the people pay down. He was against harmonization. Although he doesn't know he's talking about harmonization, but the very same harmonization man were all on Facebook talking about that what he's saying today they should do. So these are real facts. These are not, you just still want to make one mistake, you're running with it. Please.
Thank you very much, Minister Azedo. Thank you very much, Activates Martin K. and Cuddy. We're going to go to Dr. Bobler. Dr. Bobler, should it be a question we appreciate on corruption, sir?
Yes. So the president, this current president, is 1.5 year in, um, and I want each of the our guests to put the two records side by side on fighting corruption. So President Weah, 1.5 years in, and President Boyka, 1.5 years in. And compare the two, and by the comparison, we, the audience, can draw our own conclusion. So Martin, 1.5 years in JNB versus George Manawia, and the same question for Isaac Doe, 1.5 year in, compare the two. Martin, the fight on corruption. You're muted. You're muted.
Thank you, Dr. Buble. I think this is a fair question to compare the two administrations, 1.5. So, under 1.5 years, President Joseph Boakai has not broken any of his properties to rebuild. Can we say that for the former president? The answer is no, we can't. In less than a year, he was breaking down almost all his properties and rebuilding them into duplexes and mansions. Can we say the same for current President Boakai? No, he still lives at his rehab residence. That's number one. The former chief of staff of ex-President George Weah, he claimed to have borrowed money from the LBDR. In no time, he bought an entire compound. Can we say that for the current chief of staff of President Boakai? No. Are there issues of corruption under President Boakai? Yes. But if you were to compare the two presidents in terms of going through the integrity tests, transparency tests, accountability tests, the record of the current president is better. It's better. Under the past president, key allies of his were sanctioned for corruption. The records are there. The records are there. His chief of staff, the gatekeeper to his office, was sanctioned. He is still sanctioned. His finance minister was sanctioned. He is still sanctioned. The man who led the youth wing of the ruling party under ex-President George Weah was also sanctioned. 5 of them were sanctioned by the world's superpower. Look at Boakai. Has anyone been sanctioned? Besides what took place under him, you heard about the Besson Gate, the passport scandal. Our international reputation was ruined. They sold our diplomatic passports. The former passport director was sanctioned. Is that not a fight? Do you want to challenge that? Do you want to dispute this? They sold our diplomatic passports in huge quantity to transnational criminals. As a result, our country's reputation, our international image was defaced. The Liberian people are aware. This is one of the reasons why they were butchered out of power. The government became inherently corrupt because public officials, especially junior officials, saw what the head was doing, breaking down his properties, building new ones. Go and look at the asset declaration form of former President Weah. Before he could become a presidential candidate, he declared his assets at the National Elections Commission. Go and look at the value of his assets, both monetary and non-monetary. He was broke. It is a fact. It's on record. We can upload the documents available. It's available. So how can you own today over 40 duplexes? Your wife owns an entire complex in Margibi, to be specific, and Boston. Is that fair to the Liberian people? No accountability. Today, your former finance minister is being charged for economic sabotage. The man who controlled the financial hub of the country is under criminal investigation for financial crimes. So comparatively, Dr. Buple, comparatively, if you look at, I forgot to say one thing, the stimulus package, the 30 million. Have we forgotten? The 16 missing billion. The report is still available. The US government only provided the redacted version, meaning the report was edited. Some lines in the report were covered. So all of these pieces of evidence are available to justify beyond all reasonable doubt that the past government was more corrupt. Even the president himself was corrupt. It is a fact. He hasn't justified how he built all those mansions and duplexes to date. His wife, the other day you listened to his wife, just recently, she was telling you they didn't have money, but today they have a complex. She calls it a private foundation, even though public money was used. Is that not conflict of interest? Is that not misuse of public office, which is in violation of the Code of Conduct Law of 2014? Let's be clear. Can we say that about the current First Lady? The law says, now, Dr. Poplar, let me scratch this.
While you close, yes, please.
The 2009 Financial Management Law talks about financial performance report. This is an open challenge to our former First Lady. Where is the financial? Because we gave her over over 5 million, in fact, if you check the records. Right. Where is the financial performance report? No financial performance report. But now she has a private foundation that owns a complex. The question is how? If you conduct a common lifestyle audit, right? And one of the reasons why we supported President Bouakai was to hold these people accountable, because the country was looted. It is a fact.
Thank you very much, Martin.
The national 1 minute, CEO, the national treasurer of our country was gang raped. It was gang raped. It is still bleeding today. My only disappointment is the snail pace at which President Bouakai is proceeding in terms of holding people accountable for the level at which they looted the national treasury.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Isaac, the same thing. 1.6 years into leadership.
Right.
Put we are first next to do and speak to it.
Yeah. So, Martin, the mayor asked us for 1 year and a half. You talk. Do you want me to give you some of my minutes so you can talk some more? Because I'm not sure you said anything yet. The mayor said 1.5, 1 year and a half. You jump all around the place and nobody know what you say. So, Martin, like I always tell you, my brother, to defend lies is bad. It's hard. One of the hardest jobs is when you lie always to come and prove it now. You get job be talking. Nobody understand what you're talking. Job, we are get money, he get money. Let's bring common sense to this table. Martin, have you been to President Bouakai house of recent? I was sending you the picture when I was in Liberia. So you can see how President Bouakai house looks today. In addition to that, President Bouakai is building 2 mansions. One in Foya, Lofa. I discovered that. Start on the show. When we tried going after that, Julius Jerry from OKFM went to the executive mansion to inquire. You know what they told him? That government money, they paying presidential palace there. President Bouakai is paying almost $10 million home in Foya. Go around Broadville. The president got almost 4 million mansion. Do you want me to tell you that President Bouakai's son, Jojo Bouakai, bought a house in Ghana? He got a house around single recently? 1.5 years. You want me to tell you that, Martin? Look, Martin, like I said initially, the lies and propaganda that you guys carry all around the place, suffering here today. You said President Weah was building 40 apartments, 50 apartments in 1 year, Martin. Let's do common sense. Let's take it from AI. Let's bring it to human brain. Martin, for you to build cement house in Liberia, your house you built, that house where you working, you never have business, no income, but that mansion you built, how long you build it? Martin, you think it is possible for someone to build 40 mansion in 6 months? Cement house in Liberia? I'm building. It's not possible. The only thing was, like right now, my house I'm building, I'm not putting it on Facebook. If it finish on 4 years from now, if I put it on Facebook, people will think, oh, you see, he just built a house. President, we have started building those houses from 2015. George Solo came on the show and said he was there when President Weah started clearing those places. But you guys came and brought lies. Yes, I will admit, President Weah 9th Street resident was the only place he built. I will admit on that. But all of those other ones were lies from the belly of the devil. Because why? The Liberian people were vulnerable. Anything you tell them, they will believe it. So Martin was there, the rescue Rambo, lying. In the first 1.5 years, you guys started saying Jefferson Koji bought a house. It turns out a Jeremiah Kuhn house. You talk about Bill or McGill. Martin, I work in the bank. Right now, as we speak, McGill still paying mortgage on the house. Today, as we speak, you and I, he's still paying mortgage. Yes, he was a PEP person and, politically exposed person. So there will be extra vetting to ensure. But as a banker, you always want to look at the capacity of the person to pay. Before he came to government, where was he? Even if he were to be dismissed, will he still pay? Those were the questions that a banker will ask. He took loan. But you guys lie. You want to go to 16 billion? I bet you and President Bwaka have to go and prosecute anybody for 16 billion. You say 30 million COVID money. Martin, are you lost from the conversation? Martin, government of Liberia did not even give nobody 30 million. The government of Liberia gave 25 million. World Bank gave 5 million. They gave the money to World Bank. Nugafuan, your man Nugafuan, he went to Doi FP recently and said, you're bringing the money. We should be asking Nugafuan why he deal with the money. Those were the lies you guys were going all around here and say you want to win. Now you come here, you start talking, you don't even know how to put your own words out. When you leave from here, you will run back on Facebook. But let me end on this, Martin. I appreciate what you do. You do good work. People give you document, you put it on Facebook. Stick to that. Don't go around trying to prove like you are the most educated person. Martin, you attended UL from UL, you went Netherlands. Where you get your book from? Where you get your education from? Where you get it from? They're book to hold you talking.
Okay, I said let's go back to corruption here. Again, I say you do that in your closing. You'll do that in your closing. You're the book people, you'll get a double, triple master. Let's come back on earth.
Want to personalize the debate.
We will move on, and this is very important, to the stand protest. This protest is scheduled for July 17. Martin Cuddy, you go first because we got to close the show. Again, the producers are hating me so hard with this time. We appreciate you, Martin Cuddy. We covered a lot. I hope we can move further with more of the topics, but let's talk about stand protest. They've been all around. We saw the June 7 protest with Aaron Pedro Costa. Now, Mobile Motor Jr. is talking about another protest under this government. What say you, Martin? As an activist, do you think it's time for the protest under this government?
Quite frankly, I want to say every Liberian has the right to express himself or herself through protests. The Constitution guarantees that, specifically Article 17. You can assemble peacefully to petition stakeholders of the government relative to your displeasure or disenchantment. So at any given point in time, if a citizen or a group of citizens is disenchanted, if a citizen is disenchanted, he or she can express that through protests. So I'm not against protests. Protest was good yesterday. it is good today. It is part of our democracy. So I'm not against the fact that Stan wants to protest. Stan has every right to protest. On the other hand, the Constitution also says, whilst you have your rights under the Constitution, there are also responsibilities. So yes, you can protest, but other people also have the right to move around freely, free movement. So I will call on Stan and the national government to coordinate. Stan wants to protest. Yes, it has been announced. It is their right to protest. The government should guarantee that right. But the collaboration or coordination should take place to prevent protesters from violating the rights of other people, especially as it relates to free movement. The protest should be non-violent. This is where the police come in, because the police under our laws are responsible to enforce law and order, public safety. So if you want to protest, the police should be present to provide you security and ensure that even protesters are safe. So I have learned that Stan wrote the Minister of Justice a letter about the 17th protest, which is good. And the police should create a corridor of communication, constant communication and dialogue with the protesters. But I do support any citizen any day who wants to protest. In as much you are dissatisfied or disenchanted.
Do you think Stan has a reason to protest now?
They have given their own reasons. They know why they are protesting. I am now a member or an executive of Stan. Mr. Moba Molu is the chairman. He has outlined a number of reasons. Liberians who believe in what he has outlined will definitely follow him. Those who don't believe in what he has outlined will not follow.
Do you support his protest?
For me, if you ask me whether I support a protest, at this time, I will say no. I don't support protest at this time because the government is like in year 2. Are there issues? Yes, there are issues. People have the right to protest about those issues of unemployment, issues of poverty, and so forth. But I would suggest an engagement, a proactive engagement with the government to present your issues in a way that fosters unity, dialogue, peace, and reconciliation.
Thank you.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, CEO. I'm not saying they should not protest. But if you were to ask me, right, personally, from my own position, vantage point, I don't think it is justified. I don't think it is justified to protest at this time. So that's my own position.
Thank you very much, Martin Colley, the activist. And again, just for the record, Martin is not on the show representing the Unity Party. He is Martin Colley, the activist. Now we're going to move to Asido. You know very well, as former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sport, is very, very important to know that Asido is a sedition. So again, we came here today to have a wonderful discussion, debate on different issues. And I hope you'll be given the chance to weigh in by way of your phone calls. Asido, protest, stand protest. I mean, what's your position on this one?
Martin Colley led bring back our money protest when no money got missing. Mo Ali is on tape saying protests should be protected by the government because it's the constitutional right of the people. I can read for you what Kula Fofana posted. June 7, Liberians are currently gathered at the seat of the capital, blah, 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 blah. The government should respect the people because the people's voices should be the voice of the country. I support the right of the people to protest of the government. There's no reason why the people should not protest. When you see a government that have gone against every traditional norms of our country, the people need to bring the government to book and tell the government that, listen, this is not a dictatorial form of government where you think because you are the president, you can conspire with people from the legislature to remove a city speaker, despite the fact that the Supreme Court ruled against you. You went ahead and did business with them anyways. A president that have done everything he could to ensure the rule of law is broken today. There are every reasons why the people should protest. Protest was never a bad thing yesterday when our brothers were protesting for something that did not happen. They have legitimate reasons to do what they're doing. The government continues to go after political opponents. That should be a reason to protest. The government has dismissed people they claim did not support them. That's the reason to protest. Once you don't go ahead and praise Baka as, oh, President Baka is a good man, they're ready to go after you. That's the reason to protest. Rule and law of our country has broken down. Why shouldn't the people remind the government that this government is not the government by President Baka? This government is the government of the people. I do support protests. And I think it strengthens our democracy. And the government must ensure they provide protection just the same way President Weah ordered the police director to give them drinking water. They should ensure the people do their protest in a peaceful manner with no police brutality as we have seen it all under this government. Oh, yes, they should.
Thank you. Martin Corley, real quick. The issue about the burning of the Capitol building, we want to hear you. Maybe ask it to have a consent, or maybe both of you agree. What's your say, the overall, to the election of Richard Coon? Now you have the time as an activist. You think the government proceeded correctly? I mean, they were in the right direction by the way in which Fanati Kofa was removed.
So let's begin with the burning of the Capitol building. CEO, the fire of the matter is the Capitol building is one of the seats of our government. So it symbolizes the power and authority of the state. So when that building is attacked, symbolically, you have attacked the authority, legitimacy, and existence of the state and the government. Let's be clear. I do not support any form of violence, let alone arson, which is a criminal offense under the penal law of our country. In fact, it is a non-bailable offense, a grave crime indeed. To burn the Capitol building can be equated to burning the government, because that's one of the branches of our government, the legislature. So that building was attacked. And those who attacked that building, those who allegedly attacked that building, should be held accountable. That has been my position. That is my position today. And that will be my position tomorrow. The law should take its course, because Liberia is a country of law. When you commit a crime, the law must be able to be applied impartially. The principle of justice and fairness must apply to everyone, regardless of your status. People are being charged. Court proceedings are ongoing. We need to give that process a chance. I don't want to be prejudicial, because I'm not the court. I'm not a judge. I'm not even one of the legal counsels, whether for the complainant or the defendant. All I'm saying is let the government use the law to pursue the case.
Thank you.
Prosecuting the case, we have the defendants also trying to prove their innocence. At the end of the day, CEO, the determination will be made by the court. The court is the final arbiter of justice in the land. So let's give that process a chance. I'm against the alleged.
Thank you very much, Martin. I said, what say you? Listen to Martin answering the question and giving his own view. What say you?
Well, Stanton, everyone will agree that attack on the Capitol building was wrong and will be wrong every day. The perpetrators must be brought to justice. What we disagreed on is how it's been politicized, because we have spoken of this many, many times. And I would say what I've always said: President Biden and his people know exactly who did it. There are common judgment our human reasonings can tell us. Few things happen. It was speaker battle. They want to remove speaker. So all they wanted to do, you know what, let's do something to put on the speaker, then we'll use that as a means to remove him. They had chairs in the building. Before the place got burned, the chairs just got on own feet and walk off there. The other people say they put one NSA man in jail because he was talking to Fonati Kofa December 6 for a building that got burned sometime December 18. And all of these things, they do know. It was one of the worst episodes in our country's history. As soon as the building got that fire, President Waka went there and said it was arson. So the government had to do everything to ensure that arson statement becomes the end of the day. That's not what we think we should be doing as a country. How do you investigate? And the only people you think you should ask questions should be the other side. Police could not even muster the courage to ask the majority black any question at all. They are immune from doing bad. That's what has broken down. No, stand on. Anyways, I will stop there because
I was just trying to get to that point. I said, though, listen, we have you on Spoon Talk every day. We make this argument. So if I interrupt, it's because we know your position, but for the sake of the debate, we can close this show. We got 15 minutes to 8 p.m. here. We'll be closing the show, and Dr. Boplet will come to you. And I just want the guys to give us the overview on the GMB trade. Once you ask your last question, we'll close the show. We'll go to the phone line. The rest of the team will join us for post-analysis. I want to say to your activists, Martin K. and Cully, it was a pleasure having you. Thank you very much. We hope today we put some icing on the cake as to your relationship with ICDO. We are all Liberians. We are all young folks. You know, we laugh and joke, and I hope we can mend fences and focus on the goodness of our country. But it was always good having you, especially having you with ICDO to have some exchanges. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you, ICDO. Dr. Bopler, please, your last question. From there, we'll go to them for the closing.
Thank you, Steve, CEO. I do want to ask both Isaac and Martin. You know, as Liberians, we all want the best for our country. And so that should always be our disposition. So I want to ask each of you, what is one thing that this government is really doing well? And what will be your advice to the government to maximize the impact? What is one thing that you think the government is doing well? And what will be your advice to the government to maximize the impact of the good thing that's being done? Isaac Doe.
You probably ask me a question when I'm answering it, you want me to answer your way. So the government is doing good in many things.
Answer the question, man. Answer the question.
Let me tell you one what the government really doing good, and the government is doing too much good in marginalizing their political opponents. Oh, they're doing good. They're doing good in going after all of their political opponents. Once you disagree with the government, they will go after you. They are doing so much good into it. But you know what I will advise the government to do? Is to refocus their attention on the bread and butter issues of the country. The government is projecting that our Liberian dollars will depreciate further by 6.8% by the end of the year. Let them focus on how that can be changed around. Next year, they are increasing the tax burden on the people by around 18% VAT. Instead of focusing on your political opponents that you are doing so well, focus on the bread and butter issues. If you do that, you will have a good government. The people of the country know the problems of Liberia. They don't want you to come and tell them of the problems. They want you to bring solutions to the problem. So I will tell you the government is doing excellent going after their political opponents. But my recommendation will be refocus, turn around. Mami Wata, Manjua in the market, Leo Gary, they ain't buying it. The little guy ain't got no money to go to school. No job. You have not brought in a single job yet. Focus on those. Stop going after your political opponents because you think you'll be in power forever. That's one thing I know the government is doing very well. And my recommendation will be for them to refocus on the bread and butter issues that affect the country.
All right, thank you. My question was, what's the government doing well and what will you advise them to do to maximize the impact? Obviously, you chose to be sarcastic. So, but thank you for your response. Martin, what is one thing that the government is doing well and what would be your advice to the government to maximize its impact?
So, thank you, Dr. Pople. The issue of the establishment of the Office of the War and Economic Crimes Court. Because the thing is, our greatest challenge in our country, Dr. Pople, is impunity. People steal government money, no accountability. They go scot-free. The next group of people, the same. So when President Boakai decided to establish the Office of the War and Economic Crimes Court, I think that was in the right direction. So I would suggest the Office of the War and Economic Crimes Court is good, but again, let's establish a specialized court to hear cases of corruption only. Because if we can address the issue of corruption, financial crimes, there will be a lot of issues addressed, problems addressed in our country. If we can limit, put a check on corruption, if we can minimize corruption, it means that poverty will also be minimized. Because if we have more resources as a result of a transparent system, there will be access to safe drinking water, there will be access to quality education, there will be access to better roads, there will be access to improved housing. All of these things have monetary implications. But the scarce resources we have are all a huge quantity or a huge portion of that money is being stolen. So let's deal with corruption. And I like the fact that the president established the Office, Economic Crimes. Whether in the past or now, people should be held accountable. If we crack down on impunity in that country, Dr. Pople, a lot of things could be resolved. Liberians will benefit. Liberians will enjoy Liberia. There will be economic prosperity if we can tighten the screw on corruption. Anything less than that, we are wasting time. Anything less than that, we are wasting time. To a larger extent, we've gained political independence. But our greatest problem at the moment is economic independence. And for our people to be economically independent, they need jobs. For them to get jobs, we need to drive private sector investment. That requires money. There are Liberian businesses. They need financing. What are we doing to create access to financing facilities like loans, subsidies? I can remember under the administration of former President William Aratoba, we passed a law called the Liberianization Policy. Liberians should be doing exclusive businesses. Unfortunately, you find foreigners doing what Liberians should be doing exclusively. The government needs to enforce that law. So I think we need to focus on the bread and butter issue, which is correct, create jobs for our people. The young people are unemployed. They have huge potential to do better and become better citizens. But where are the opportunities? The enabling environment has to be created by the government. We need to drive private sector growth. Everybody cannot get government job, but the government can create an enabling environment that leads the private sector home. And that has to do with political will.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you very much, Asido. We took 2 hours, 30 minutes. In the next 7 minutes will be 2 hours, 30 minutes. So I have you guys having this great conversation today. We hope the folks out there listening can have some impact. And we want to say we really do appreciate you guys. Let's close this time and we'll move to post-analysis with call in. People will be calling in. I mean, you can stay on, you can leave. It will be open to you to listen to what the people have to say. Those that listen, a lot of folks turned in today to listen to the former Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport, Minister Asido, and the activists, Martin, K, and Cuddy. Now, we're not going to ask you who won this debate. We just want you to give your own feedback. I'm not the person that will ask who won a debate. I'm so glad to have great men, young men, here in studio to discuss issues concerning our country. In your closing, we all witnessed, we saw President Joseph Yeman Boakai. He visited to the White House with Donald Trump. We listened to some of the stuff he presented, and we continue to follow. We'll give you 2 minutes each to give us your closing right now. You open the program, I said, we allow Martin to go first, and then you can close. So Martin, 7:55, you got 2 minutes. In your closing, please include President Boakai visit to the White House.
Thank you, CEO and Dr. Bople and Diamond, the entire team at Spoon, for the opportunity to speak to some of these issues, because our people deserve to know. Thanks to the listening audience. Basically, the visit of our president to the White House is a plus. It's a win for the country. This is a visit of a select few. Africa has 54 countries. The US president decided to invite 5 this time around. So we are privileged to have been invited by the leader of the free world. That's the first thing I want to say. I listened to our president today. I'm a proud Liberian because our president spoke eloquently. Whether you like it or not, for you to convince the United States of America, you must have a plan. And plans are articulated, not through our local vernaculars, through English. The president had 2 minutes, and he spoke very well. The president did not talk about give us aid. He said, we are your partner. We have the potential to partnership, whether through trade, security, or whatever. The president spoke in 2 minutes. He presented and positioned Liberia as an emblem of regional peace, stability, and security. He went further by informing the US president that we managed to have done a geological survey that discovered more minerals than you thought we had. So now we have minerals like lithium, silver, zinc. We have uranium, cobalt, and you can name the rest. So we are open. We are a free market. Come and invest. The message of the president was crystal clear. We are a republic in Africa. We have mineral resources that you need. You can come and invest. You are invited to come and invest, whether through trade, commerce, security, or whatever. So I would like to commend the president. He spoke well. He represented the country well, and we are proud of that. You listen to US President Trump. He applauded the president. He applauded the president for being very articulate and clear in his message. So it was a message of the day, and I'm very sure with that representation, there will be dividends. There will be dividends in the not too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Martin Cody. We're going to bring in Asido for his closing. Minister Asido, thank you very much again for coming in as a guest on this show to have this debate conversation with Martin Cody. Your closing, sir.
Thank you. Liberians, if I want you to vote for me, please don't vote for me because I can speak English. If English could build a country, Liberia, who have been the best country on the planet. Do you know how many English presidents he spoke? Todd Mado. Who voted for President Boakai to go and speak English somewhere? The reason why people are on the land voting is because you can speak English somewhere. Go down waterside and see how many people there cared about the English you speaking in Tabadu or somewhere. How have we reduced our country to who speaks English? How? Anyways, I don't blame Martin. You know, Martin being smart now is determined by the little mistake you made. They use you smart. Who voted President Boakai to speak Bok? Can we please go Red Light, Douala, Watersa, and ask the people Bok if the AU voted President Boakai for? Please don't vote for me because I speak big English from the dictionary. Who cares about that? Nobody cares about it. But listen, I want to close like this. To give the Liberian people the real picture of Liberia over the next 4 years or so. Not me. Go to rescue. The government of President Boakai is projecting to us that the economy from now to 2029 will only grow at the mere 1.2 to 1.3% real GDP. And people will break it down for you to understand. What he's saying is the same way, the way he's making us suffer, you always suffer more. The government is also projecting that the Liberian dollar will further depreciate by 6.8% at 209 by the end of the year. And according to them, by 2029, it will be 218 to 220. Inflation today, as we speak, is around 12%. When President Weah left government, it was around 10%. It was election year. You know what happens election year? People are afraid to use their money. People don't put their money in the bank. Businesses are afraid to go buy their goods. Despite that, inflation was around 10%. Today, it is what it is. The government report tells us that $22 million wasn't able to be collected. You know what that tells you? That the country is doing poor. President Boakai, please go all around the planet, be speaking book, eh? Just be speaking book. The only thing the Pope brought you for is to speak big English, Papa. No. But again, I want to end on this. Manti, I know you don't want to tell me thank you because I know why, but thank you for coming. And I get a little advice for you, Manti. Manti, you are doing a good job. People gave you documents, you put it on Facebook. Manti is a good job. Thank you for helping. I'm proud of you. But Manti, you risk losing all of those things if you keep trying to project yourself as the only person that knows book and smart. Manti, you are a boy. You are a baby.
Focus on
it. Achieved in our life cannot be compared with you anyway. I keep on to show the last time I made a mistake. You took it and went all around the planet. I just laughed. Oh, I don't even know the map. If I had to ask you which country put on the map from the north, and you only know. It doesn't mean you smart. You are a good boy. My only advice to you, man, slow down small with it. You know too much book. Slow down. I passed when you used to go to me. They asked me to go to, well, they asked me to go to the same answer again. So my brother, put some respect to the name.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have closed the show. The Honorable Martin.
Inflation is not 12%. Inflation is 8.2%. 2025 IMF.
Oh, thank you very much. Again, we close the show. We want to say to all of you, it's been a good show, Honorable Martin. We really appreciate you. Always welcome back. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Guys, we're going to just jump into this thing. Everybody will have their own 30 seconds to speak. Again, Liberian people, thank you for joining us. Great men. I really respect Martin Cody and Asido. As of today, I think, like Asido said, we are err. To err is human and to forgive is divine. But it's something you take away from the discussion today. You see the passion. You see what it's so, they are soaking themselves into this Liberian thing, like we call it, because above all else is Liberia. And I really appreciate them for coming on. I hope you enjoyed the program and I hope you had a great takeaway. Now, guess what? Anything that happened, contrary to what you expected, put it on me. I accept.
In today's breaking.
But for me, I enjoy this program and I want to encourage all of you, continue to share it, let people make their own, give their own opinion, and that will be only fair as we move to the phone line. Before we get to the phone line, let's hear from the group that just joined us. 30 seconds real quick. Dr. Bobby, I will hold you for last on this one. Let's listen to the guys that just joining us to close this. Then we'll go to the phone line here for the Liberians. Gonna have Reverend Gray, Paul Kennedy, my brother, Akaris Mose Gray, our dear friend, Representative Former. We want to say you guys are all welcome. Conor Gray, you follow the show. What say you, Connor?
Well, Stanton, to have a debate like this in modern times, we should learn to encourage some real fact checking. Some people know how to putting illusion and lies and innuendos together. And we have a very vulnerable audience, so to speak. A number of our audience, members of our audience, may not even comprehend some of the things that I said. They look how fast the person talks, how much the gesture and all that. But the substantive part, which I believe Dr. Bropley was trying to bring into the show, in a future debate, my brother Stanton, I think we should encourage that because we are trying to educate the masses here. We're not only trying to give them verbiage or on truth and half fact and and so on and so forth. But probably for me personally, I don't know if I learned anything from the debate, but it was good.
Thank you.
It was good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you.
John, can you all hear me? Good evening to our colleagues on the panel. Good evening to the Liberian people.
You're good.
Stanton, my nephew, Martin Colley, and my friend Azedo are very two astute young professional Liberians. We want to thank them for, spending 2 hours of their time to actually provide, to discuss back and forth. And thank you all, you and Dr. Brookler, who really, try to bring some sense to this. I sat down and listening to you, trying to draw the issue of discussion, why the discussion was going on. That's very professional, you, Stanton. Thank you. I thought it's difficult to actually say this person won and this person didn't win because the debate in going forward, first of all, did not have a specific objective. And in our world of science, without an objective, you cannot measure any key performance indicator. So it became difficult for me to really, because, each and every one of them were trying to draw the conversation to their own understanding of it. As they were trying to defend his position, his former party, Martin said, look, let's take this thing from party based, let's make it an issue based. So he was trying to drive that, but it was just difficult for him to do that. So I thought it was an excellent debate, more like Conor Gray said, in the future, we should just draw an objective to say, this is what we hope to accomplish at the end of this debate, so that it gives us the rubric to be able to measure the key performances of the debate. But I thought it was a great effort to encourage. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Thank you. Akari Script, good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost, I have some issues with that Boble. That's my first point. He was biased in his analysis. He was biased in his question presentation. And what do I mean by that? At a point, he answered a question, and I decided to answer the question the way he felt. Dr. Boble decided to cover up on several occasions. When Dr. Boble asked the question about 1.5, under 1.5 years or 1.6 years, Martin ran away from 1.5. He even went to sanction, who went beyond 1.5. He went to $30 million, who went beyond 1.5. Dr. Boble didn't bring him back. He allowed him to flow. That was biased by itself in the conversation. That's just one, many instances. The next point here is that Ashley is a very smart debater. I will tell you why. Martin came on the show from the onset, not wanting to tie himself to the UP government or appear to defending the UP government. I was talking to that point to ensure that he would defend the government. What he made, he should not escape from that. And I thought that was very, very decent of Ashley. In a debate, you collect the weakest part of an individual who had brought a government, who had criticized that government, you hold him onto that. Asset succeeded and asset continued. Every time we talk about, I didn't come to defend Unity Party, I didn't come to bomb off the CDC. I said, compare him to bomb off the CDC when the questions were being posted in terms of corruption. He gave boycott or kudos on fighting corruption, for example. In terms of education, he ran to the budget. I said, counter him on the budget. He said, this is what we actually spent, not what was projected. Okay, so these are some of the issues. But that the public tried to come in to say, yes, what we actually spend is essential and what was spent on is very important. Okay, so he tried to hit Ase on that, and unfortunately, he allowed Martin to flow without checking him. And that was not a good pattern. I think next time what you need to do is that the debaters will answer the way they want to answer, whether it's a presidential debate and a national debate. You cannot direct them how you want them to answer. Okay, but I thought answer was political, and this was a political debate. Stanton came to a point and said, one point to Martin, he said, this is not a lecture series, this has to be a debate. So I thought Ase stuck to the issues of the debate, and he was marvelous. And he dealt with the issue of Martin. All of the things Martin been writing, Ase brought him right back to it to remind. And Remy says something very important, fact checking very important, especially when Martin said arson is a non-bailable offense. I lay right back in my chair and I say, I wonder this kid knows what he's talking about. When he says it's a non-bailable offense, then how come Fonati Kofa and other people were bailed on the basis of arson, allegations of arson? Is he reading? So fact checks are very important. And that's my initial stance. That's my initial position. And I hope we can jump into the substance of the conversation.
Akariswe, thank you very much. Brother Gibson, it's good to see you coming on. You've been texting me back and forth, and thank you very much for even helping to fact check. I mean, when the conversation continues like this, it's hard to, I do not want to be seen that I'm taking side. Imagine if I were to stop Damo and say, Damo, let me fact check you. People will say I'm taking sides. So, but it's very important that we had to allow them to flow. Gibson, welcome to the show. It's good seeing you.
Thank you very much, Stanton. And I watched the debate from start to finish. And I think next time Martin Colley will not challenge Isaac Doe. Isaac Doe is of a superior knowledge, experience, and ethics. I think Martin Colley showed today that he has nothing but a lot of flamboyancy and superfluous writing on social media. I'm particularly amazed that Dr. Brobler, you should stick to teaching. Don't be moderator again. You destroyed the program today. You are so very biased. And you can't do something like that. You almost presented the show as if it was organized against Isaac Doe. So please don't do that next time. Just stick to your teaching. But look, let me tell you, Stanton, this is why we always tell people, when you are writing and you are lying and you are publishing stuff on social media that cannot be checked, people hail you as champions. But when it comes to discussing the nitty-gritty, the factual issue, then you are lost completely. I said, though, actually educated Martin Colley today. I wanted to join in the debate, but there's no need for me to join in the debate. I will never debate with Martin Colley anymore in my entire life. And by the way, he said he's doing masters in law. How you don't do bachelor in law, you don't do masters in law. That's talking an online course he's doing or what? But look, let me tell you something. This program today shows that there are some people in our society who live their lives on lies, and there are some people in our life today who have the facts and they live on truth, but they are not spoken. And that's Isaac Doe. I gave it to Isaac Doe today, and next time Martin Brown will respect Isaac Doe as a big brother.
Is that a problem?
Martin Brown. I used to hear that name in Liberia.
Martin Colley, not Martin Brown, please. Martin Colley. Thank you.
So thank you, CEO. First thing is, I love all my CDC friends, and I find it interesting. They're the only people who thought I was biased. But let's get to the facts, okay?
But
let's get to the facts, because that's what I want to stick with. First of all, the CEO is the moderator, and I was the co-moderator. If you listen to the show from the beginning, then I'm sure you heard when I try to redirect and get the guests, and the CEO interrupted and said, Doc, let them talk. So, unlike some of my friends, I follow instructions, because 50% of life is following direction, and the other 50% is remembering the first 50%. I follow instruction. Stanton said, let him talk. I respected that, and they interrupt. So let's talk with specificity. I asked, and Martin started to answer the question. I did not interrupt him. When I talk about the 1.5, and he went into other pieces, you're right, but I did not interrupt him. And then when I asked Isaac, I did not interrupt him either. I just made an observation at the end. I let him talk until he was finished. And I made an observation. Because the intent of my question was to see, is there anything good that the government is doing that you think the government can multiply, amplify, and do better? That was the question, okay? He chose to spin it around. And so I made that observation. He was free to say that, and I let him say. I didn't interrupt him. And when he was done, I made the observation. Remember, this whole thing is supposed to bring substance to the forefront. We're all Liberians. We're trying to get something done here. At the end of the day, your party, my party, our main party is Liberia. And for the record, I'm not a member of any political party. I'm just an eternal optimist and a perpetual supporter of Liberia and Liberian causes. Let me say something else. So during the debate, okay, I tried to redirect that time. That's not being biased, because when I ask question, if you ask me a question, if Gibson asks me a question, he's intending to pull out information. And if he asks me, do you have fruit in front of you? And then I say, my car tire is so and so and so, then I'm wasting his time. So when I asked the question and the guests started going like this, I try to bring them back. That's all I'm doing. That's not being biased. I would do that to anybody. I bring them back. I said, please answer the question. And if you can't answer the question, I don't want to answer the question, or I want to talk about something else. Okay? Then you do that with integrity. There's nothing to be biased about. I just want us to put solutions on the table to help make Liberia better. I have no interest in being biased. That's not me. You do know me well. And by the way, Chief Gibson, I don't just teach. I manage people, 143 people. I manage people. I motivate and I inspire people to do better. I don't just teach. But if I ask you a question, you better come and answer, because if you don't, I will redirect you so that you can answer the question. That's what I was doing tonight. I'm not biased. I just want to get back the information of the people.
Again, thank you very much. We want to appreciate all of you. We're going to do Diamond. Do you want to add anything? You've been hanging out with us. We appreciate you, Diamond.
No, see, I'm good. Almost everything.
He caught my knee. I wanted to give like 10 seconds, if you don't mind.
I do mind. You will not get 10 seconds today.
I'm not going to go at him. Trust me. I'm not going to go at him. I just want to
10 seconds start now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bropley. How can you ask a man who is against Joseph Boakai and his government to tell you what he is doing to make Joseph Boakai government better? What kind of question is that?
That's why I have the problem, though, Gibson. I think that's where we're struggling as a country. Think about it. The CDC is a huge party. If you're not in government, and then your only job that would be obstructing, objecting, and threatening, then we'll struggle as a nation. When you're not in government, you use your resources to help move the country forward. If you support Joseph
when you are obstructing and rejecting Georgia government, who asked the question?
Listen now. If you
support you now, when you were objecting and obstructing Georgia government, who questioned you?
Or you are
me? I wasn't doing that, sir.
You are attacking, man. That's where you support.
Okay, so we go back on course. We want to say thank you very much. We want to say thank you very much, Dr. Boakai. We want to say thank you, Brother Gibson. Again, we look forward to seeing every one of you here tomorrow. We're going to be having the new Liberian basketball star. You know, his name is Sober. His mother will be in studio. Probably should come along with him. They call Tene. He from here, New Jersey. A great family. She will be here to talk to us more about him. You know, he's son of Oklahoma Thunder. Guess what happened? The mother will be here tomorrow. She will be our guest. Tene will be our guest. And we'll be happy to see you guys. While you stay put, we're going to take a few calls to hear from our people. Again, if you go on Facebook, you go on YouTube, I mean, a big turnout today. We want to say thank you. Zoom Lion was rescheduled for Sunday. One-on-one with the CEO. Zoom Lion CEO will be our guest. He rescheduled for Sunday just to give way to this big debate. We also want to say now President Boakai met Donald Trump. They took picture. You can decide what is what. The Liberian people can decide what will become of the media, the outcome. But again, it is why it is. we are so glad that the president finally met Donald J. Trump. Let's go to the phone line, wherever you are. Let's hear you. Your name. We will not take too.
In today's breaking news.
Yes, right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James. Please play the commercial before we.
In today's breaking news, CEO of Liberia's largest company, Garjay Enterprises, Mr. Peter Garjay, has been taken into custody this morning. Am I interrupting something?
Not exactly.
I have a job for you.
What do you need me to steal?
We want you to go to Mr. Garjay's office, seduce him, and get us some information.
I was told by some ladies
They made a payment in cryptocurrency.
they went away with some of my best cards.
Every time I see you, I see trouble.
What if I told you this was a $500 million job? If we're able to get these investors to these investment-worthy properties and convince them.
She and her friends have double-crossed me and took me out of millions of dollars.
You actually came to a Fruster to look for a solution to pay the airline?
Who is this low-life trash of a thing that you brought invading my space?
When will the money be paid and what's the location?
Did you make the drop?
If anyone threatens you, I can guarantee you protection.
Jackie, we have a deal. If not, this entire thing is gonna be compromised.
You have 5 hours to bring the money.
What are we going to do now?
We do what we know best.
I ain't telling you shit!
Hey, Gifty, I need a car and fake US dollars. ASAP.
Hurry up and make that drop and leave. Leave that building now. The police are closely on you guys. Shut up!
Hold! Don't shoot! Listen to me. We can make you a deal.
Thank you very much. That's the boss.
Yes, this is Miritugba.
Well, my name is Paul Bonyo, and I'm calling you from the Mega Melonia Bonanza. Congratulations, Mary. You have just won yourself 100,000 Liberian dollars.
What?
You can now pay your children's school fees and buy all the fun things you wanted to buy.
Wow.
My first time winning here. Now, all you have to do is just follow my instruction. Send me the 5-digit verification number that will be sent to your phone just now, so I can transfer the money to your phone immediately. Now, look in your message and send me the number.
Okay. The number is 72726.
No, Mary, that is not the code. Take your time, relax, and read the code that is in your message box right now.
Okay. 77511.
Okay, 77511. Oh, but when are you playing for me?
Ayaka, you think I mean you gonna eat a hassle, eh? No, it's not going to work. Remember, scammers are all over trying to scam and take away your money, your account, and your identity. Don't share codes or pins on the internet or off the internet with anyone. A cybersecurity awareness message from the Liberia Telecommunications Authority.
Thank you very much. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful commercial on cybersecurity from LTA. And I think this is very great. I really do like it. We could keep it for more days to be able to help our folks out there. They really got to be careful. I want to say thanks to all of you. We're going to stop this file on great. The folks want to call in. We're going to take a few calls real quick. Let's go ahead. Your name and where you're joining us from? Your name and where you're joining us from? Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my name is Thomas Kume and I call from Upper Carway.
Talk to me, Thomas.
So I started listening to the two panelists or the guests, the debaters. They did exceptionally well, but except one recommendation when we come to the public clear with such a debate, we need to speak to the issues and void of personal attacks. And I mean, you try to escape the questions that were asked. I think that's one of the things we saw today. There was too much anger coming from one end. And I want to tell Martin, thanks so much. He was very moderate and addressing all questions, no matter the circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time today.
You're welcome. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from? Yep.
Maxime, I'm calling from Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for organizing this debate. I think it was a good debate. The only thing I took from the debate was that I saw Isidore coming in with a lot of emotion and anger and being very sarcastic in answering some of the questions, and be too personal to Martin Colley. This is a debate. Just tell the Liberian people what they want to hear and stop being too emotional and anger and being sarcastic to your peer. Thank you, man. It was a nice debate. I saw it from the start to the finish.
Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Robert Kennedy, calling from Minnesota.
Yes, sir. Robert, talk to us.
I think Martin did extremely well because you could see the anger in Isaac Doe. And then when they ask questions, he's not even following the answers. So you see the fighting going to answering another question, so they were not sticking to the questions. So I think Martin did extremely well. We are very proud of him.
Thank you very much, my brother. It's good hearing from you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and this is Lina. I just want to appreciate you for organizing a debate. But that booklet, I even know how you came to the picture. Then don't you know that booklet support you need by the day you brought it to.
Yesterday you said I'm gonna bring that to booklet when we're asking. You told me to bring that to booklet, Linda. Linda from Trenton. Linda from Trenton, you said I should bring that to booklet. You said I shouldn't moderate. Don't do that.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Linda.
Why won't you have woman good? Why you cut her up?
Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Frank. I call from Europe.
Frank, talk to us.
Thank you. People are saying Isaac was emotional, because of the manner in which Martin carried himself, feel that he knows everything. Yeah, it is true. At a certain point in time, Isaac was emotional, but sometimes it comes within the condition of the person that you're speaking to. And Dr. Brockberg, to be frank and sincere, you were actually biased in some of the questions you were asking. In the manner instead of thank you, you were sometimes interrupting to at least stop Dr. Brockberg to give the other side a chance to call. You were very smart in doing that. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome, my friend. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Dennis. I'm calling from Minneapolis.
Talk to us, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Stanton, for the level of communication you bring to the Liberian people. But my concern was that about this whole debate. I think next time maybe we can learn from that, where we can have people doing some facts check, because a lot of the things that Isidore was, denying, these are true things that Martin was saying, and maybe one would do more facts check and make the Liberian people to know that these things did happen on the past regime. Maybe we can learn from it. Thank you very much.
You are quite welcome, my friend. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Thomas Bell, calling you from Des Moines, Iowa.
Yes, Thomas, talk to us, please.
Yeah, I begin to say I want to first say that I apologize to you and Asido for my understatement. But I think tonight that the program will help Martin calling Isaac. And both of them were getting acid, but I can give it to acid tonight. Acid did very well. I'm not a solution, I'm a U-bit, but acid did extremely well tonight. I give it to you and my respect as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend. Uncle Pete, I'm answering your call, but you're just going out. I think you want to contribute. I'm answering you, but you're going out, Uncle Pete. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, CEO, how you doing? This is Smith calling from Boston, Massachusetts.
Smelly, talk to us, sir.
Well, I will say thanks to the both of them. But what I noticed about Isaac, though, he barely speak to the issue. And when he tries speaking to the issue, he does not provide any solution. Like Martin will speak to the issue, and he will provide solution to that issue. So I think the debate was okay, but at the end of the day, I think Martin kind of crossed Isaac, though.
Thank you very much, Smelly. Thank you. We're going to take 5 more. Your name and where you joining us from? All right. Your name and where you joining us from?
Calling CEO. My name is while I'm calling from Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore, you got to speak up, my friend. Speak into the phone, please.
Yeah, sir. My name is Walla. I was calling in from Baltimore, Maryland.
You want to talk to us?
Yeah, I would like to appreciate you for organizing the debate. I think it was a good debate.
Thank you.
And I would like to extend my gratitude to the both panelists. That is Mr. Martin Colley and Asido. But I think Asido did extremely well. And then Mr. Boblet. I got a question for Mr. Boblet. Dr. Boblet, I can remember when you were serving as a minister for information during the Eden regime.
Nice.
I think. Hello?
That's not this Dr. Boblet, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I can ask the question.
Yeah, but you can ask a question, but that's not this Dr. Boblet.
No. I mean Lawrence Boblet.
This is not Lawrence Boblet. This is Dr. Rudolph Boblet.
Yeah, but I think he was okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes, sir. That's fine. Thank you very much.
They're brothers. They're brothers.
He didn't ask about the relationship. He asked whether it was him. So, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Gassama calling from Center City, Philadelphia.
Gassama, talk to us, my friend.
Man, what else can thank you for the show, man. And I don't know why people even having problem with that for both. That's just laziness. As they were just lazy on the show. That's all about it. Because everybody has a start. You start on yourself. You suppose that you need to party. Should you not post it? Because you support the party. There's a lazy argument from the CDC, fellow. But thank you for the show.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for calling. Let's take a few more. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Michigan. Your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Stanton.
I'm here. What say you, my friend?
My name is Charles B. Doe. I'm calling you from Michigan.
Charlie, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, and Mr. Booklet, Dr. Booklet, for the show. I think, from my observation, I did extremely well because from the initial stage, Martin claimed to be your activist. But then I said, on the other hand, stay drawing into the discussion, say, look, my man, let's leave activism, let's come to what you've been advocating, what you've been preaching against. And then, not being
I beg you, my friend. I beg you, let me just end here because of the weather. Okay, we have the flash warning. Dama, you want to come on? I think from my end, we're gonna stop. We're having some flash warning here from my end. Is it happening at your end, Paul Kennedy? We are getting this emergency alert about the flash warning.
Not yet. It rang here earlier, but not yet. We don't have enough.
I want to say to all of you, I'm trying to push it for us to take more calls, but because of the flash warning, I'm going to stop here. Dama, you want to come and let's wrap this thing up? I appreciate each and every one of you for joining us today for a wonderful debate. I hope you had a great time with us. Till we meet again, may God bless you, my brother Paul Kennedy. Thank you, Dr. Booklet. I really do appreciate you for your contribution tonight. Kind of great. Dama, are you there? Come, let's close it up, Dama. Thank you very much, Dama, as always, man. There you go, Dama. He said bye-bye, Dama. So thank you very much, folks. Have a good night.
Bye-bye, little man.
Goodbye, Dama.
Dr. Brooklyn, thank you. We'll change your name to Lawrence. We'll change your name to Lawrence Boplet.
You know, Diamond Slanger tomorrow, my boss celebrates his birthday.
Sorry, Dada Bobla, you were saying something.
No, no, I would say it's gonna be great. I would say my Toga Richards is my brother and friend. He's celebrating his birthday tomorrow, so I just want to send that caveat. But unfortunately for him, we can't go further because of the situation tonight. But it was a good day to see people flexing their intellectual muscles. I don't know if I can refer to it as such, but Dr. Bropler, thank you so much. I think people will now understand when you come to the academic side of things that you don't just say things and people clap for it. It's not a entire shop. You have to provide fact and for people to be educated. And that myself didn't see it
Exactly.
tonight. Yeah. I mean, one person stay
And,
by
and I
the rule,
think,
the other person play against on a different level. Every game got their rule. When it comes to academic debate, you must stay by the rule. Otherwise, I can
I
go play
agree.
soccer, they can the ball one side and they are coming on the other side. It can be. We have to play by the rule. I can jump on somebody's neck like judo on a soccer pitch. Of course, I'll be penalized. So all of those things apply in academic debate, like we were hoping to see. But like I said, one person play by the rule, the other person will play by their own rule. And sometimes in Liberia, it will make sense to a lot of people. Because even when we talk, we don't give each other a chance to learn or talk. We talk again upon each other. And right here. Well, my brother, thank you.
Exactly. I agree. And the thing is, you can come with sensation or substance. Sensation can fly well in a debate. My goal was to keep people on the substance because at the end of the day, we don't have the luxury like America and other places. They can have a debate, do other thing. I want to think we're way in the hole, the if poorest country. So if you're going to come to a platform like this, give us some facts, give us some solutions, be critical, oppose, but be factual and full of substance. Don't just be sensational. Don't just throw things all over. We're debating here our checking stuff. And I just went, whoa. While they're talking, I'm checking things. Don't do that just so you win this sensation. I didn't care. For me, it's not who win, who doesn't. I just wanted people to stick with the facts. So if I ask, Dama, I said, Dama, what happened in the studio tonight? Dama, you ain't talking about what happened at EFBC? We're having Spoon Studio tonight. You go all around the sensational stuff. And then my friends on the other side, anytime you try to bring people, hold them to book, they say, oh, you bias. But that's just part of the deal. I was just glad I could be a part of the conversation to help bring out the facts. I think in the future, though, we have to set better ground rules and we hold people to it, and it's good to cut people off if you need to so that they can get back to the issue and the substance. Otherwise, it's just a lot of sensational stuff out there, and I had no interest in that. So, but look, thank you, man, Diamond, and the network for the opportunity. It is way past midnight here in Marshall, so I need to go to bed. I need to sleep small so I can grow small more.
I have to get home, so let me be going.
Oh, okay, but then we all need to go.
Yeah.
Remy, Conagray already home, so we all need to go.
No, I stay in my office, one of my offices. So I'm
Conagray, I see you. There are many offices. I need to go see you.
Good night, guys. Good night.
Oh man.